The creation of the Norda College of Osteopathic Medicine campus in Provo, Utah, has become not only a benefit to the city of Provo, but a beacon of medical training, research, and innovation throughout the country. The benefits of establishing the Norda College campus on this unique plot of land will outweigh the significant construction challenges produced by the former landfill site. The Norda campus is creating a tax The creation of the Norda College of Osteopathic Medicine. The creation of
Elizabeth.
Recording in progress.
Okay, we are going to call to order the meeting of the Provo Municipal Council, the Redevelopment Agency Governing Board work session. And today is Tuesday, June 20th, 2023 at noon. The Municipal Council are being held in hybrid fashion. That is, its members of the public can view council meetings on YouTube and Facebook, or they may attend in person at Provo City Hall. I remind participants to limit side conversations and noise when not speaking to minimize potential for background noises and conversations to be picked up, recorded, and broadcast. Today we have Justin Harrison, Brian Jones, Councillor Fillmore, Councillor Shipley, Travis Hoban, myself, Catrice McKay, Rachel Whipple, and we welcome back George. We haven't seen him for a long time in person, and we have Wayne Parker with us. The opening prayer will be provided by Keith Morey.
Our Heavenly Father, we're very thankful for the opportunity that we have to come before Thee this afternoon. We're thankful and feel privileged to be about the business of municipal government for Provo City. And we're thankful for the responsibilities that we have, for the trust that's been placed in us by the residents of this fine community. And we'd ask that as we go about our business today, that we conduct ourselves with civility, that we have wisdom beyond our years and understanding that will help us address issues that are critical to the health and the security of our citizens. Watch over us and direct us and provide us with the inspiration we need. And these things we pray for in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Thank you, Keith. Although this is a public meeting, only the presenters and those invited by the council may speak or ask questions unless otherwise invited by the chair. Please wait to speak until called upon by the council chair. Okay, right now we are going to recess the Provo Municipal Council and we'll reconvene as the Redevelopment Agency of Provo. So if there's no objections, we will now recess by unanimous consent.
All right, that's me. Travis Hoban, RDA Vice Chair. Do I need to do anything official, or we're good, Brian, based on what she just said? Okay, great. Our first item for the RDA is a discussion regarding expanding the tax increment finance agreement with the Noorda College of Osteopathic Medicine. This is presented by Keith, our Assistant Director of Development Services. Jump right in, Keith.
Thank you very much. I'm just going to make a brief introduction and maybe just a little bit of a sidebar comment. So I think I've told you all before, and you all know that I've been doing this for about 30 years. So I walked into the room today and I saw an old friend that I've known for about as long as I've been doing municipal government work, Bob Springmeyer, who is an RDA expert and has done redevelopment work all over the state of Utah, who Norda has brought on to help advise them and provide support for their project. And just have to tell you how reassuring that was to see an old friend who's a legend in redevelopment, and he's here to answer any questions that I might not. Just historically, and I'll turn the time over to them because I think they have more details and can talk about this a little bit better than I can, but I'm here to answer any questions you might have. From my perspective, one of the things that we talk about when we talk about why do we do redevelopment projects is trying to put back to beneficial use property that has languished for one reason or another. This piece of property historically had a landfill on it and has not been on the property tax rolls for decades. Through the process of beginning the redevelopment for this site, that landfill was cleaned up. There were other projects that were done around that began the process of putting this property back to beneficial use. We partnered with them and moved several holes, as you know, of our golf course to accommodate this, and spent a little over $2 million of our own money to try to facilitate that. So all of this, I think, is kind of leading towards what we want to see, right? We want to see property that has languished return to the tax rolls so it can provide employment, so it can provide property taxes to the city, and that's what this does. I think what we're finding in some of these projects that you've already seen before is that some of the situation that we have in the current economy with rising costs, interest rates. COVID had a huge impact on the economy. Those kinds of factors have really made it difficult for some of these projects to go forward, maybe the way they were originally envisioned and the way you originally heard them. And so Norda has now come forward and feels like, because of the increased costs in the market and also the increase of the costs that they incurred with the landfill, and they can talk about that a little bit more, cleaning that up, that to really make this project what it ought to be, they need your support to expand the tax increment agreement and broaden it so that we get the most out of that project. And they'll talk to you about it, but the numbers, I think, are astronomically better for Provo City than what was originally proposed. And the payback to the city, not only for the $2.3 million that we invested by moving the holes, but long-term in the property tax the city is going to see is significant. So I'll let them take over for a couple of minutes, and then I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Keith. My name is Greg Stewart. I represent GT Medical Holdings, who is the primary developer for the medical school campus and the medical school building site. And before we get started with any questions or discussions, I thought it would be beneficial to play a short video that we've created that describes the amount of economic activity that we plan to develop on the medical school campus. And so I'd like to play that video real quickly because it describes it a lot better than I can do in person. So if you wouldn't mind playing that video, and then I'll have some brief comments, and then we'll go to any questions or discussion. Thank you.
The creation of the Noorda College of Osteopathic Medicine campus in Provo, Utah, has become not only a benefit to the city of Provo, but a beacon of medical training, research, and innovation throughout the country. The benefits of establishing the Noorda College campus on this unique plot of land will outweigh the significant construction challenges produced by the former landfill site. The Noorda campus is creating a tax revenue stream from properties that were not on the tax rolls 5 years ago. This stream of revenue will continue for hundreds of years. The economic costs of constructing on this site have increased due to the removal of thousands of tons of trash, as well as the required foundational systems and the installation of a methane mitigation system to dissipate methane gases. The initial scope of the project was estimated at $160 million, but has now increased to over $400 million. With economic assistance from 20-year tax increment financing, the annual property value dramatically increases from the current $22 million to over $400 million. This revitalization also increases the tax revenue to Provo City from a current $41,737 to $203,253 during the TIF period. Following the 20-year TIF period, tax revenues to the city of Provo will increase to $797,513 per year. Property tax revenue to Utah County will increase from $16,182 to $141,426 per year during the TIF period. Following the 20-year TIF, tax revenues will increase to $309,205 per year. For the Provo City School District, property tax revenue will increase from a current $167,480 to $945,223 during the TIF period. Following the 20-year TIF, tax revenues to the Provo School District will increase to $3,200,190 per year. Over the next 50 years, the Noorda College campus will generate over $192 million in property tax revenue to Provo City, Utah County, and Provo City School District. Not only will the taxable value of the property increase, but the new business activity surrounding the college is projected to generate more than $345 million in annual economic activity, while impacting roughly 8,500 families through direct, indirect, and new employment opportunities. The Provo Town Center has benefited from this revitalization with the addition of Target. A significant reason for Target locating in the south end of Provo was the economic activity generated by Norda. There will be more to come. These employees and the vibrant young students attending the college add to the societal improvements that cannot be measured in dollars. Norda students and faculty will have significant involvement in the local schools and communities. The Norda mission is the betterment of the world, one graduate at a time.
Thank you. Thank you for playing that.
Well, hold
Before
on a
we-
sec. Can we figure out the feedback issue?
Are you hearing feedback when I speak as well?
Yeah.
Oh,
So just roll with it. Okay.
you still getting feedback? Okay. Let me just say this before we open this for questions or discussion. We started this project 7 years ago. When we initially began the project, we were going to build a medical school and about 120 apartment units. I have been maybe a little overwhelmed by the activity that this medical school has generated. Not only economic activity, but social activity and benefit to the community. And we really have students attending the school right now, I think from all 50 states and from many countries throughout the world. And the medical school has also, as a building nears completion, it's also generated medically related research and development companies that want to be close to the medical school because each of our students has a certain requirement for their curriculum to do a certain amount of research every year. And it's very convenient for these companies to have those students and vice versa. The school supports those companies and those companies support our school. And so we're in discussions with several companies, genetics research company, an adolescent psychiatric unit, surgical center, a company that makes robotic surgical instruments and equipment. And that will generate, they think, people coming from all over the world to learn how to use that equipment. And so we're very aware that this school is the catalyst to generate this economic activity. But we need some help from the city of Provo. As you know, economic conditions have changed in the last 4 years. We've had increased inflation, rising interest rates, construction costs, and COVID, just to name a few issues that we've been addressing out on that site. And it's made it difficult for us to bring these deals together and to have them locate on the campus. And so we're here today to ask for a significant amount of tax increment financing over a 20-year period of time. But we think that this is a win-win for everybody. It's a win for us because we have reduced property taxes for the next 20 years. And it's a win for the city, the county, and the school district because they have this perpetual source of income from property that was not on the tax rolls 5 years ago. And so with that, we would ask for any questions or discussions that you might have. Keith introduced Bob Springmeyer, who did an economic and social impact report that I think all of you have received a copy of. And Bob's a lot smarter than I am. So if you have any difficult questions, he's the one that's going to answer those. So if you have any questions or comments, we'd be happy to try to address them at this point. Bob, you want to come up here?
Thank you, Greg. I'm a Springville boy and a Provo boy. And I was born just over here at the hospital. My grandmother had Chase's ice cream. And I don't know if any of you are old enough to remember Chase's, but there's now a big condominium. Excuse me, Mike. Somebody from Provo just was trying to call me, and my hearing aids cut out to tell me that there was a phone call coming in. Anyway, she had her plant was just over here on University, just west of Center. I was asked, got a phone call at my downtown Salt Lake office several years ago from a guy by the name of John DeMelka. Wanted to come in and talk to me about a project in Provo. And I said, great, let's just sit down for a while. Come to find out, it turned out I knew his dad. And because of his dad, I knew about osteopathic medicine. And it actually hired me to do some lobbying at the state level, encouraging osteopathic physicians to participate with the MD physicians in their medical science conferences. We were successful in that. And now you'll see DO physicians working side by side with MD physicians. And I think it's been a traumatic project. Norda, College of Medicine. Brent Garlick and I were just talking a little bit ago about sharing some old war stories. And I said, you know, it's ironic that Norda is the name on the College of Medicine. Looking back when Ray Norda was the grown-up who joined a company that became Novell, and was really, I think, the core, along with Word Perfect, by bringing a new dimension to Provo City and to all of Utah County in terms of being a center, a focal point of new breakthrough things that are happening. And I think we're still living off of that dynamic change. Greg talked about wanting you to be a partner with the development so we can move ahead, you can move ahead, it can become what it really ought to be now and grow with it. And that's a partnership. Greg said he needs your money. Well, I'm sorry. There won't be any money for you to share and invest with him until he builds something. That property goes on the tax rolls and he pays the taxes. Once that occurs, then there's an opportunity for you then to share that, or depending on the development agreement that's negotiated, that's when that actually will occur.
Can I pause just 1 second? They need your name again for recording.
Yes.
What's your name?
Excuse me. This is somebody's pestering me. It's Robert Lawrence Springmeyer Jr., my formal name.
Did you get that? Robert Lawrence
Springmeyer. That's spring like the season, Meyer.
Okay. And then the other thing is we are out of time on this item.
Go.
And we still have questions. So I really don't want to cut you off because I'm enjoying the narrative, but I'm going to have to.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Okay. So let's go ahead and let's go to questions from the council. Board. Yes, the board. What questions do we have on this item?
So help us understand the ask here. The original TIF and PID were for the actual college building and 120 units of housing. Does this TIF expansion cover in any way what has already been asked for, or is it just to expand it to projects beyond that original ask?
It's both. It's to expand it to projects beyond the original ask. I believe
Because the original agreement was only on the housing.
Right. The original agreement was only on the housing. Obviously the housing isn't built yet. We have expanded it to include the medical school, which will immediately begin to generate tax revenue and repay I believe it's $2.3 million. Is that right? To the city. for their expense in expanding the golf course.
So are we to understand it then it's kind of an overlapping request? The original TIF was for the building and the housing. The housing hasn't been built. But
The original TIF
expansion-
was just for the housing.
So the expansion puts it onto the building that
Correct.
is being completed right
Correct.
now and expands it to any additional projects within this footprint as well.
That is correct. We have the 2 apartment complexes consisting of 700 units. And in addition to that, we have 7 other structures that we have planned on the campus right now. And our ask is $37.3 million in tax increment financing over 20 years. And that would include the 4.5 that has already been allocated by the RDA. So it's not in addition to, but included in that.
Yeah. So how does a developer determine the $37 million number relative to the projects, if that makes sense? You're obviously trying to pencil something, to make sure that the project makes sense over the coming years.
Correct.
But help us understand, and obviously we don't have enough time for the whole narrative on it, but help us understand, does it allow in your mind all the structures that are being shown here, or does it just get you down a road to get kind of a critical mass of development done so that you can potentially justify the rest of it?
The way that I understand it is if you allocate $37.3 million to us, the first $2.3 million goes to the city, and the other $35 million we would allocate per site. I think we would throw away the original agreement that is only for the housing and then reallocate that $35 million depending on the value of the structures on those different lots. For example, 2 of those lots will have parking structures, which are not nearly as valuable as a biotech research building. And so the school would be allocated some, and the rest. And the way we came to that number was in conjunction and working with the city, with Keith and his department, about what the tax increment would be over a 20-year period of time, how much that would be. And I think the maximum that we would be able to achieve from that was somewhere in the $52 million range, but $35 million gets it done for us and all those buildings constructed.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor or Board Member McKay.
Okay. And with the TIF, there's obviously performance measures, right? If you don't build the buildings, then you don't get the money on that. And what I like about TIF, and correct me if I'm wrong, Keith, is that we don't get we're not giving away money we're already getting. This is not tax money we are already getting. We'd be giving, they were creating the surplus.
Yeah, exactly. I think that's really critical distinction. One of the comments that he made, I think wasn't intentionally misleading, but his comment that what they're asking for from the city is this $37 million. Well, we're not going to give them anything that they're not creating on their own. So if they don't build any buildings out there and increase the property values, we're not going to give them anything. What we're basically saying is, if they're successful in building this, they're going to raise the property values, and they need us to share back a portion of that for a period of time to recoup the costs that they incurred for moving the landfill, the infrastructure, and building the buildings in a very, very tough environment.
Yeah, I did go tour the building, and I love seeing that even despite COVID and supply chain issues, it is a gorgeous building, and it doesn't look like you downgraded anything from what I could see. There's still the windows, there's still the tall ceilings and the little detail and everything. So I appreciate that. And I don't know if it's because I've worked in some startups, or my husband, that's all he does is investments in startups, but I know that it takes a lot of money to get things going. And I love looking at the idea of, I look at it kind of like an investment, as far as, like my husband always says, I could have 100% of a $10 million company, or I can take investment and lose some equity, but then I'm getting 50% of a $100 million company. And I look at that kind of with your investment. We're doing it for the future. And I grew up here, and East Bay's always just been an eyesore. Like, I'm so excited for it to have beautiful things and I love that Target came in. And I love to think of, we need the apartments down there so bad. And you're doing more now, right? It's not just the 120. How many apartments is it?
We have plans about 700 right now. We actually have a permit on the east side, phase 1, for 321 units.
When do you think you're going to get the first ones done?
We expect to hopefully start construction in the end of the third quarter this year.
This year.
Yeah. And so it would be 2 years after that.
Okay. So
Yeah.
we're not delaying those apartments.
No,
Okay. That's good to hear. All right. Thank you so much.
thank you.
Board Member Whipple.
Hi. So I've been enjoying learning about this project. I do have a few questions. One is, it looks like you're expanding the geographic area that's covered by this to an area that was originally asked for when the first TIF was granted. And so you asked for a larger thing then, and the RDA board at that time only allowed you for the smaller geographic area. And I'm wondering if Keith has any insight into why that determination was made at that time and why it's not appropriate to stick with that decision that was made earlier.
Do you mind if I defer to Dixon, just since he was here when they did that? That's okay.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Yes, as you can imagine, Dixon Homes, Mayor's Office, as you can imagine, taking out a golf course or a portion of the golf course was not super popular and well received for a bit, particularly by some council members. But it is now, yeah. So thanks, Greg. Yes. And certainly the improvements of the golf course did not have a funding source at the time, but for some of the improvements that were made and because of the switch. The other thing that happened is that because it was only on the housing portion, and the city was to be paid back first, the housing hasn't happened. That was a bit of an issue too for probably one particular council member at the time who is no longer on the council and not sure they live in Provo anymore. I don't know all the reasons as to why, but it certainly went back and forth as to, should we put it on the entire area? Should we put it on the smaller area? Some other things that also resulted that were not known, and as much information as we tried to give the developer about your building on a landfill, unless you actually go excavate, you really don't know what you're dealing with. And one of those was the entire removal of the width of the right of way to a certain depth, of which was not known at the time the developer started. And some of those reasons have gone back and forth as to why it was the smaller area, why it was the larger area. But I will say, out of my own personal self-interest as a city employee and as someone who has curated Mountain Vista for a long time, that's where the money came from. We are connected at the hip. And until the project gets going, we're not going to get paid back. So anything you can do to make that go forward, that'd be awesome. My own self-interest stated.
I did have a couple more questions.
Yeah.
So that was about the geographic area. It looks like the scope has changed significantly.
Yes.
So when you asked for the TIF previously, were you anticipating the biotech partners and building all of those other facilities?
Not at all.
So is this a case where, as you've gotten started, you're seeing more opportunity, and that's part of the reason for the expanded scope?
Exactly. As I mentioned, I have actually been surprised by the draw that the medical school is for various reasons. People want to locate biotech, surgical. We have a genetics research firm that wants to locate on the campus. They all seem to be drawn and connected to the medical school. And I honestly, I've been a little bit surprised by that, but it's also increased the scope from $160, $190 million to $400 million.
Okay. So part of the increased cost is that you're expanding the offering, not just the
Correct.
additional costs that you encountered in construction.
Yes.
Okay. So my last question is about the time span. The original TIF was for 12 years. Now you're asking for a 20-year period, which is a really long period of time. And I want to clarify that that 20-year period would apply to the original area as well? So there will no longer be a 12-year period?
That is correct.
Okay,
That is our ask.
that's the
Yes.
request. And did you ask for that much time because that's the money that you need? Because I've got to say, the 20 years is giving me some hesitation.
We asked for that much time because of the difficulty that we've had in getting things done. And that is, as Dixon mentioned, the city originally gave us that property. Part of our repayment was to rebuild the golf course and rebuild the sewer system and the lift station and those sorts of things. But honestly, the removal of the trash was a big deal, and we didn't anticipate that. I'm glad that we did it. I'm not going to criticize the city. I'm not going to criticize Dixon for making me
You should
remove all
not.
that trash. Okay, but it did cost $13 million to remove all the trash, which was 17 feet deep in some places in that roadway, and haul it out to Bayview. And so, and it also took additional time. And so when we look at 12 years from the original date of the RDA, or the original grant of tax increment, that comes on you pretty fast. And so that's why we've asked for additional time.
Yeah. And did you choose to just change all of it to 20 years? Is that starting from now? And so the clock is not running anymore?
We're asking that start when we have a CO
Okay.
on each particular property.
Okay. And I guess that seems more simple and straightforward than just keeping the 12-year TIF on the 120 apartment unit area that was already designated, then adding a 20-year TIF for the surrounding properties.
I think so. Because we want to add, because the apartments have gone from 120 to 700 units, we want additional TIF on the apartment site.
Yeah. Well, and I appreciate that you're expanding and bringing big things here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Board Member Hanley.
Sorry.
Ones are new. Oh, there we go. Okay, I didn't know how to turn it on. I know we're running short on time, and so this may be something I can talk with you and Dixon and Keith about, because I know Dixon's memory is better than mine. I was the only member on this council that was here when the original agreements were struck. I supported the project. I think you're a very important partner in our city. The only thing that's giving me a little bit of heartache is that there was quite a bit of discussion at the time about the fact that you and we all knew that the landfill was a mystery cost, and that was a risk that you were assuming. And so I'm a little uncomfortable with the, frequent mentioning of that cost as something that's being folded into this and asked back on the city. And I don't know, maybe there's just more detail I need to understand about how much of this increased ask is coming from the increased unanticipated cost of the landfill.
So I'm saying that the landfill, even though I brought it up 3 times now, is in the past. It's paid for. We paid for removing the landfill, and we have the right of way, and the road is built and constructed the way it should be, where it's going to last for 50 years. But
it was in the video, it's in the material that it's part of the reason.
Yes.
So that is
correct.
confusing to
But
me.
however, most of the reason for the ask is the increase in the
Okay.
scope and breadth of this project.
Okay. Well, maybe if I can get a picture of what percentage we're talking about. I mean, I know you
Yeah.
said 17, so I got 17 and 400. So
Yeah,
somewhere in there is what we're looking at.
yeah.
Okay.
Counselor Fillmore, or you done, Drew?
Yeah, I'm done.
Or Board Member Fillmore.
Thank you, Chair. I admittedly have been a great supporter of this project from the beginning. I think this is the epitome of high-end economic development for the city in terms of the jobs, the good it does for our community, the potential taxes that we would not receive otherwise. But I freely acknowledge that Rick Nielsen and his colleagues took a great risk building on a landfill. I mean, I look back on that and I said, my gosh, that took some chutzpah to do that. And so, as you say, that's kind of in the past. The risks that Rick did not take, along with his colleagues, was a pandemic. He did not assume the risk of this incredible inflationary spiral we found ourselves in, and the incredible increase in construction costs. I mean, those were unanticipated surprises, and it's had a huge impact. I think if we value having a medical school in our community, and if we can get our heads around the potential for the economic synergy that that can generate for us, I think this ends up being a no-brainer. I mean, just looking at the additional buildings that you're talking about, I mean, that's the medical school becomes the catalyst for so many good things in our community, not both monetary and non-monetary. And maybe it might be helpful, Mr. Stewart, if you would maybe give us a sense of what all these 7 buildings are that you're talking about and the intended synergistic effect that they will have.
Yeah, happy to do that. One of those buildings, we've decided to build a hotel at the entryway on the west side of the entryway. 2 of those structures are parking structures. We have a building that will have 3 different tenants in it. One is a surgical center. You can see that on the right there. Surgical center, genetic research, and mental health unit. We're working with a surgical center right now that specializes in robotic surgeries of all kinds and the development and manufacturing of robotic surgery equipment, which will make this a mecca, if you will, for robotic surgical techniques and equipment, and people will come from all over the world to practice using that equipment. We have a genetics research company that wants to take 30 or 40,000 feet in that building. And we have as I mentioned, an adolescent mental health unit, which is a real growth industry worldwide right now with the mental health and emotional health of our youth. South of the medical school is a biotech research and development building that will be 102,000 square feet. And they are planning on incubating biotech companies and pharmaceuticals. And so they've already taken several pharmaceuticals to market and seem to know what they're doing in that realm. So
thank you for explaining that, because in my mind, the research and development potential for this complex is as important as the medical school in terms of the Norda complex anchoring the city's biotech industry, which has other elements to it, but this will become the center. And you've also got the natural synergy between Norda and Rocky Mountain University, which we expect will continue to synergize together for other developments. So
absolutely.
Thanks for explaining that.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We are out of time for the discussion on this item. Keith, is there something you need today?
Yeah, just a quick summary. Just keep in mind that we're only one of several other entities that have to participate. And so they'll have to get their support as well. And some of those are significant contributors compared to us. The other thing I would think that you have to consider is, I know that some of you are concerned about the length of time, and I totally understand that, and performance measures. And I think although it's beneficial to the developer if the 20-year trigger starts when they get a C of O for each building, that's not a traditional redevelopment project area as I've seen them done in the past. And I think there may be some advantages to saying, if you agree to a time period, say 20 years, whatever, you start that window at a certain date and time and say that's when it begins and this is when it ends. Because I think to some extent that encourages the developer to get the construction done within that window of time instead of this going on out into the future for an indefinite amount of time. And I think the school district is probably going to respond to that similarly. It's very difficult to plan in the future and say, well, we've got this agreement that we think is going to start at some point. We're not really sure when, but then we're on the hook for 20 years after that. That's a little bit difficult for us to swallow. And most of the ones all of them that I've ever seen, you have a defined period of time that starts at a given date and ends at a given date. So.
Okay. Did you have one more comment? Go ahead.
One more point. We haven't paid any TIF yet. Like even this last one for 12 years, just so the public is clear on that.
Correct.
The apartments weren't built, no TIF's been paid yet. So we'd only be looking at this new situation.
Correct.
Okay, final comments? Okay. We are way over time on the RDA business and thank you. Okay, we'll go to the next. I believe the developer for the mix is here. Is that correct, Keith? Okay. I was going to push this item, but knowing that they made a trip out here, I think we'll keep it on.
No, I think we can be quick. And just so you know, I mean, basically what we have, the situation here is one of the big priorities I was given when I started here was to get Plum Plaza underway. And I think Brighton Homes has done a phenomenal job doing that with the same economy and same concerns that we've just been talking about. One of the difficulties that they found themselves faced with is the ability to stay engaged in the project. And so they did, if you remember right, this agreement was put into place before they acquired the property. And so some of the timing kind of affects them because they didn't begin to build the buildings. They didn't begin to incur the debt. And so they're asking that the tax increment window basically be shifted several years so that they capture the full opportunity of the increment and to allow them to expand that slightly to compensate for their costs. And I'll let Sean or Nate, whoever's going to make the presentation, make a couple of comments.
Come on up.
But just so you know, the school district has approved this. They approved this at their last meeting. So.
Thanks, Keith. Well, it's great to be here in person. The last time I was in front of you, it was during the COVID time frame. Sorry, my name is Sean Poor with Brighton Homes. So yeah, it's been a little while, but I wanted to give you kind of an overview of the project and where we're at. So this is the River's Edge on University project. We acquired it back in March of 2021. Can I change the slide with this thing?
And would you mind spelling your name for our recorders?
Yeah, the last name is Poor, Poor. First name Sean, Shawn.
Thanks, Sean.
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how to change the slide on this thing. Does not appear to be true. That's the problem. Okay. There we go. Okay. So one thing that we want to point out is the difference in the change in ownership that happened in 2021. So something that's I'm trying to get across to everyone that I present to is that what was known as the mix at River's Edge that you guys were presented to originally, and that this original TIF agreement was approved under, was a different out-of-state developer that had the property from about 2016 until we purchased it in 2021. And so this is the condition that the property was in when we purchased it in March of 2021. And then this is the condition of the property as of March of 2023. So we've been actively doing everything we can to move the project forward and actively putting our money into the project to kind of elevate the area that's been blighted for a long time. So I don't know if any of you have had a chance to come through the project recently, but it's even since March of 2021, a lot of changes has occurred. So this is the site plan to kind of orient you as to where we are currently. We've got along the back of the project, we've got 250 approximately stacked units that run along the back part of the property. On the east side of the property, we have a townhome community that's 169 units. And then the front part of the property is the commercial center, where we have several different users that are currently signed up on leases to occupy the center. And then we have several additional parcels that we have not started construction on yet. Some of the ones that we're most excited about is Kiln, who is our anchor tenant. They are they are kind of like a WeWork type of model, where they'll lease to more startup type companies. And we're excited to have them in the center because we believe they can bring an energy back to Provo that we have seen recently coming out of BYU and heading more towards the Lehigh area. We also have a few different retail users that are coming in. We have Dirty Bird fried chicken place. We have a cookie place coming in, an ice cream place. And so we're excited about the interest that we've had. It hasn't been without its challenges due to the COVID market and the inflation that's happened since then. Again, this is a map of the timeline from when we closed on the property to where we are today. As from the minute we closed on the property, we started demolition. We had Mayor Kafusi out there in an excavator taking a swipe at the building, I think within 2 weeks of when we closed on the property. We began our infrastructure, which admittedly took longer than we hoped because of delays due to supply chain issues that were caused by COVID. But we've made it through that. We've broken ground on several of the buildings, and we've been making good progress on both commercial and residential uses within the center. We love Provo. We've really enjoyed our experience here, and we want to stay working in Provo. We see Provo as the heart and the epicenter of Utah County, despite what those people in Lehigh would have you believe. And because of that, we've moved an office into Provo, and we intend to have a long-term presence here in Provo. I myself, I've personally moved down here, and I'm now a resident of the city. And with that, we plan to take advantage of the local talent, especially that's coming out of the universities here, and hire locally from within Provo. We have, like I mentioned before, we have Kiln, who is a co-working office group that has come in, and they have already discussed partnerships with BYU and UVU to bring startup businesses to Provo. They have a lot of different workshops that they do to bring business and to get young entrepreneurs excited about startups. And we believe that they'll bring that startup energy to Provo, and which will in turn create more businesses that branch out from that startup location and stay in the general Provo area. We have currently, we're revitalizing the center with about $150 million of investment in the center. And that number has gone up substantially since we started the project.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Sean, how many more slides do you have?
3.
3? Can you cover them in like 1 minute each?
Yes, sorry, I'll pick up the pace.
Thanks.
The main thing that we want to get across here is that we've had some project difficulties that have come about because of primarily the raising inflation and interest rate market has required us to come up with a decent amount of additional cash for the project. And in order to stay in the project, we're looking for some additional assistance from the city to help us do so. The previous agreement was negotiated under the previous developer, so we weren't involved at all in the negotiations of that agreement. It was originally done to cover the cost of some offsite development problems that were discovered in the sewer system. And so since then, and the start date was 2021. Again, we didn't start the project until 2021. So at that point, and we hadn't even closed until that point. So we hadn't had an opportunity to increase the value of the property. This slide just kind of shows the price increases that we've had. I'm sure you guys have seen similar things with the city building and the other projects that you have going on, but we've had price increases upwards of 22 million that have come in since we started the project. This is the request that we have. The main request we have is that we start the commencement date at 2025. That gives us the opportunity to get the tax basis up to take full advantage of the TIF. The TIF was originally intended to start in 2021. The commencement has never been executed, so no money has been given out based on the original TIF. We also asked the increase the maximum amount to 2.5 million to help us with the increased costs.
Thanks, Sean. So in summary, just due to increased costs, you need to acquire additional financing, and this TIF is going to help you do that in order to continue to fund your project, right?
Correct. We were under a lot of pressure from our investor groups and the banks because of the requirements of the banks to provide more cash in order to move forward with projects. This route was identified by the investor group and in connection with the banks to help us achieve those goals.
And just really quickly, I think this last slide probably tells the whole story that you really ought to be thinking about, because the whole reason for why we would get involved in this is what's the return on our investment, right? And so basically what Sean is showing you is that the current deal basically provides income to the city, $94,000, $42,000 per year, which would double and go to 95. And over 12 years, if we expand it, it goes from 510,000 to a little over $1 million. So we're doubling the return on the investment if we're willing to participate with Brighton Homes to keep them involved in this project.
Questions from the board? Board member McKay.
I just want to verify, I love that you're building townhomes. We really, really need townhomes in Provo. They're a missing middle that we don't have. Now, originally, the original developer was going to be selling at least half of those. There would be home ownership, at least half of those townhomes. Are you doing that? Or I've heard that you're doing no ownership. It's all going to be rentals.
Correct. They are all rentals.
Any wiggle room on that?
Currently with the investor group, I don't think so at the moment, but there is a potential in the future to sell them off as a exit strategy for the investor group.
Like if you guys, you're saying if you don't finish the project, if you leave the project, you'd sell them?
No, I'm just saying like once the project is completed, rather than selling the entire development to a buyer, we could plat them and sell them individually.
Okay. I really wish, as far as advantage to the city and for the good of the city, that that 50% were still for sale.
Other questions, comments? Keith, I got a question for you. Just big picture. Maybe I'm off of my understanding on this because I'm still learning about RDA and all that.
Please.
Don't we have like a total bucket of like TIF funding, so to speak, that we can use?
Yeah, I mean, really that's set by the school district, and it's kind of a
Okay.
mutual agreement that we've entered into with them. And it's kind of throughout the state, it's pretty consistent that most school districts have reached an agreement with cities that says that you won't have any more than 5% of your total assessed property value in the city in a redevelopment project at any one time. So we were getting close to that in years past. We never actually got to 5% or above. Several projects have dropped off, so we do have some cushion, so we don't have any issues at all. The school district approved this knowing that we're well below their cap and they're completely comfortable
Like
with
what
it.
percentage would, if we approve these two projects?
I think we dropped down to like 3%. So this might get us up to 4%. I don't think we quite get to 4%.
So we could do a couple more big
Yeah.
projects. Let's see, it goes to your point about the 20 years. It locks us in for 20 years as far as like, cap on our cap, but okay.
I mean, you have to understand, I mean, we're talking total assessed value within the city. So even over the 20 years,
Yeah.
you're going to have the assessed value grow,
Right.
within
Good
the
point.
community as property values just in the city in general grow. And so
Yeah.
you're going to have more room, even if those project areas stay exactly the way they are. But over time, we're going to have more of those drop off. And I don't have it with me right now, but we showed you in the past some of the ones that have dropped off and some of the other ones will drop off. So over the next 5 to 10 years, we have a couple others that drop off as well.
And the overall pie grows.
Yeah.
Any action needs to be taken today? Okay.
No.
Thank
No.
you.
Basically, we just assumed that we would present this to you guys, and then we'll work with you to have both these items on a future council meeting so that
Thank
hopefully
you.
we get your support. But if you've got questions or concerns in the meantime, please call me. We'll put together whatever we can to help.
Thank you. Okay, our next item of business is a discussion regarding an RDA Shared Services Agreement. So Brian, are items 3 and 4 interrelated in the sense that we would have to do both today?
Well,
Or-
both of them are just on for work session. Neither of them are on for approval today. They are somewhat interrelated. The services agreement, I think, will probably take less than 5 minutes. And the bylaws, I think we can easily get through at least presenting it to you within the allotted time. And then it'll just be a matter of how long you want questions for.
Okay.
I think they're probably actually shorter than allocated.
Okay. So we got 30 minutes. We're going to end this section on time. So, we're like the little brother of the council, and, I don't want to get beat up by the big brother here. So we're going to be on time. So go ahead, Brian, we got 30 minutes for the next two items. The first item being item number 3, a discussion regarding the shared services agreement.
Great, thank you. Mary Ditto from the legal department. Good afternoon to you all. I just briefly, the reason for the service agreement is simply because the RDA and the city are different legal entities. And so section 3 particularly lays out the services to be provided by the city. It's very broad because, as we know, the interests of the RDA and the city are really the same in these areas. So I know it was in your packet and is in there. So probably the quickest way is just, do you have any questions for me on that service agreement?
So there was no shared services agreement?
There wasn't previously.
Yeah,
No,
because I
this
was
is our
looking for
first
red
one.
lines and I was like, this is,
Brand new.
there's no red lines.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Yes. So
And so it's advisable we have one.
correct. Yes, just because we are a separate legal entity and so that we understand kind of that relationship better. in that.
Okay. Questions?
Okay, great. All yours, Brian.
All right. Final item. Thank you. She got us back on track almost.
That means if we don't end on time, I can't blame Mary and it'll be all my fault. Did you want to read this one in, Chair? I don't think we actually.
Oh, sure.
announced this item.
Item number 4 is a discussion regarding an update to the RDA bylaws presented by Brian Jones, City Attorney.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Hoban. I'm kind of inclined to take the same approach and say there's been multiple discussions over the past couple of months about amending the bylaws. And so I don't know that you necessarily want me to go through line by line and show every proposed change, but it was included in your packets and I'm happy to answer any questions. Kind of the short summary is that I went through and changed some archaic language. I hope to make it more readable. We changed the address, which was something that got mentioned frequently. We removed the executive committee from the bylaws. And there are a couple places where I put in some additional language, like what's here in section 2.5, for example, that's on the screen. The sentence about what the CEO can do is mirrored directly on the state statute about what the mayor can do in a council meeting. And since the two bodies are analogous in that sense, in the separation of powers, we just copied that. So those were the kinds of changes that were made. And there was a proposal that you'll see in the red line to add some quarterly reporting requirements into the bylaws. And I think the council saw a version of this that had some comments on it. And you may remember that my personal comment is, I'm not sure the bylaws is the right place for that, because the bylaws are kind of the 30,000 foot organizing documents. And if you ever made a change about what kind of reports you wanted, then you'd have to amend the bylaws again. So my personal recommendation would be not to include that in the bylaws and either just have the chair and vice chair schedule those reports with staff. Or the other alternative is we get the bylaws approved and the RDA board could look at creating their own handbook similar to the council handbook that included some of those things, or passing a motion in a future RDA meeting for the board to follow the council handbook as you know, insofar as that's appropriate and feasible, something like that. Anyway, that's the extent of what I wanted to say, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Brian. Questions, board member Hanley.
Yeah, I was, of course, missed some of the discussion about this in the last meeting, so I want to get a little bit of clarification. I was reading over the notes from last week. You're suggesting in the new bylaws there is no executive committee, which means we're always going to be meeting here. correctly?
Well, always in this sense, in the same way that council leadership, council chair and vice chair have their own leadership meeting where they meet with council staff and do some pre-work about council meetings. The chair and vice chair of the RDA board obviously have the ability to do the same kind of thing in the sense that they're not limited to discussing something only in a meeting of the full board, but it does do away with this committee, which is analogous in many ways to the council recently deciding to do away with the vast majority of their committees and hearing topics that are new as a committee of the whole, instead of having subcommittees hear the things. And then, I think we discussed this quite a bit, but what we often saw was these committees would examine something for a long time and then come present to the council as a whole. And all of the counselors who weren't on the committee wanted to know all of the things that the committee discussed, right? So this was just kind of taking the same approach with the RDA board as has been taken with the council.
Okay. So I'm just trying to get clarification. The vote last time was to not hold separate meetings, but then there was some phrasing at the end of the notes that the RDA would come back to the council with some recommendations for changes to the bylaws, which we're looking at right now. So that implied that there was going to be a meeting, even though the vote said there were going to be no more meetings. So my head was a little twisted around.
Well, it was a little bit confusing, and I maybe should have clarified that last time. I didn't want to interject and lengthen the discussion, but there was a motion made to not have the executive committee meet anymore. And then at the very end of the discussion, same board member McKay, who was the maker of the original motion, restated her motion as being a motion to remove references to the executive committee from the bylaws. And so, and that was the motion that actually was voted on and approved. And in any sense, again, I mean, in one sense, even the meeting that happened wasn't actually a meeting of the executive committee. Well, let's say, I think the mayor did come to the meeting, now that I think about it. CEO did come to the meeting. But again, in the same way that chair and vice chair of the council can meet with the mayor when they want to, chair and the vice chair of the RDA can meet with the CEO when they want to, regardless of whether an executive committee exists or not. All this change really does is get rid of the formal executive committee and the requirements that it meets.
I see. Okay. Maybe this will be a discussion for when our chair of the RDA has returned, because I know she's gone today. But it also raises the question in my mind about why we would need to have separate chair, vice chair for the RDA and for the council. And I know the history behind it that I guess you have shared with the council about the logic that went into the separation, which if we're going to start meeting regularly here, it just seems like kind of awkward to just have to constantly be shifting for reasons that escape me.
And that would certainly be something for the council and the RDA board to consider in January when it's time to make those selections again. Because, as I have shared with some of you, and some of the councilors and board members don't even know this, but when I started with the council, and for probably the entire history of the RDA, at least as far as I know before that, they were not separate people. The people who were elected to council leadership were also elected to RDA leadership. And that only changed, 6 or 7 years ago. And it was just kind of an informal decision to give more people leadership positions. But the council can and the RDA board can change that at any time when we come up to elections again in January.
Okay. And that would happen by an amendment to these bylaws?
No, because there's nothing in the bylaws that requires that.
Oh, I see.
It's just a matter of when you in January, when you hold the votes on who the chair and vice chair are, just a matter of who you vote for.
I see.
So if you vote,
we would just vote on whether or not we want to even have two separate people.
Well, so so in January you will hold the election for the chair and vice chair of the council. And then the next item will be to reconvene as the RDA board and select a chair and vice chair. And it's just up to you whether you select the same people or not.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Councilor McKay or Board Member McKay.
Okay, a couple questions. So this bylaw makes it so that anything can be put on the agenda if two board members request it, correct?
Yes.
Yes?
In four, let's see, I guess it's renumbered as 3.2. Requests for board action may be brought forward by two board members, the board chair or the agency CEO. And that again directly mirrors the council handbook and how
I
the
think that's
council works.
fantastic. I think that's overdue. Okay. Another question. I am interested in what Councillor Handley said. I think about how we do leadership, and then we have the leadership meetings come out that same day, and everyone's always, you know, in the loop on what is going on. That is something that's never happened as far as I've been on the council with RDA. That's one reason that I think having the leadership be the same would allow those same RDA notes or talk about moments be in those leadership meetings, minutes for the whole council to read. Now, it is possible that we could do the leadership in the bylaws, make the leadership the same as the council, isn't it?
Yeah, that's good. There isn't any reason why you couldn't, because it's not a, well, in fact.
And it wouldn't need to start till January, but it's something we could put in the bylaws, correct?
I believe so. And let's see, I'm looking right now. So section 2.1, officers are a chair and a vice chair. Yeah, we could add language into that paragraph that instead of them being selected, we could add something that says who shall be the same individuals as the chair and vice chair of the council. That'd be easy enough.
I think that in the past, and I think it's something that can be used politically, and I think that kind of dirties the water as far as having them be separate. Another thought about the quarterly meetings. I definitely think that should not, the quarterly reporting. I agree with your suggestion that we do not put that in the bylaws. There's going to be busier times, non-busy times, things all stay the same. And it's even something that, I mean, whenever we need, I assume that as long as we're staying as a board, that we will have stuff coming to us regularly and at least, you know, biannually having updates on all of where we're at with everything. And if we can have two members require anything at any time, that seems an easy thing to get the reports that the board wants.
I think for that though, it requires 4 members or the chair, correct?
Well, so there's another provision here that talks about requests for information. And again, it tries to mirror the council handbook and says that requests for information should be made by the chair or in writing by 4 board members. Now, having said that, it's a little bit of a hybrid situation. I mean, that request for information is really kind of my interpretation of that is that's really intended to mean requests for information outside of a meeting. As far as it requiring 2 board members to say, we'd like to have an agenda item that includes a report from the administration about how things are going. Certainly, I think that could happen. This runs into the question of what staff members do the board members supervise, and they really supervise the council staff members, not the RDA board members. So you could have 2, so, you know, just to really dig down into the separation of powers and make it probably more painful than it really ever will be or needs to be, you could have 2 board members say, we want to have a meeting with a report from the administration. And the administration could say, well, we don't have time to get that report ready, so we're not going to come, right? And you could then turn to your legislative staff and say, here are the questions we want answered. Will you go talk to RDA administrative staff and try to get the answers to these questions? Again, I don't anticipate that ever happening because the administrative staff always know that, you know, their job is to get you information that the board needs in order to make decisions and approve projects and approve the budget and all of those things. But
Okay, I can't think of, it seems odd to me to gatekeep it more with 4, but maybe that's just normal. I can't think of a reason. I've never found staff uncooperative and.
Well, and this goes back to, again, what I was trying to do here when I put this in, is I was trying to mirror what's in the handbook. And the reason why is because there have been times now, having said that, the thing that gave rise to that being in the council handbook actually had to do with committees. But there is a possibility, there exists a possibility that has existed at times in the past where one or two board members / council member, I'm not aware of it ever happening with the RDA, but there's been times in the past where one or two council members were asking administrative staff of the city for lengthy amounts of information. And the administration felt like that was too burdensome and basically said, we want the option to say, we're not going to turn stuff over unless we know that actually a majority of the council actually wants that. So that agreement made its way into the handbook, and I've just tried to mirror it here.
Okay.
For my purposes, it doesn't actually matter if we put this sentence into the bylaws or not. There was a draft that circulated before it came to me that had language in it about requesting information. And I felt like if we were going to say something about requesting information, it was more appropriate to mirror the handbook, but it's also fine to just take it out.
Okay. One more question. If we down the road with RDA decide that we want to go back to the executive committee model, do we need to put anything about that in here, or will that take a bylaw change down the road, or is that something we can just do administratively?
Well, it kind of depends, right? I mean, the bylaws are intended merely to set a bare minimum, right? So if you have a majority of the council that wants an executive committee to meet,
We can just vote on
and
it?
you want to order the executive committee that they have to meet, then you might want to put it in the bylaws to force them to. But otherwise, again, like I said before, there is nothing that ever prevents chair and vice chair from saying, hey, we really want a meeting with the mayor and with the CEO of the agency and the agency director, and they can set that meeting up and have it and share information with the rest of the board at any time they want to.
Okay. All right. So just in conclusion, should we be making motions to take out the quarterly? Oh, look at that. Okay. Well, I'll continue the talking and then we can go from there.
Well, sorry. Couldn't we just say, couldn't somebody just say, I make a motion to draft or to adopt the draft of the bylaws as presented to us?
You certainly
Right.
could.
If you wanted to adopt everything at once, right?
Right. You certainly could now, or at least to have it brought back to you. The intention was not to have the bylaws actually approved today, but to bring it back to you in July in the evening meeting with a resolution to actually approve them. So somebody could make a motion to take this draft and bring
Okay.
it forward
I
to
see
that
what you're
meeting,
saying.
or to
Make
now again,
changes. Okay.
for example, this particular draft has that information in about the quarterly reviews. And I only made a comment that I would recommend taking it out, but the draft includes it. So if there are things like that you want to change, it would help if there was a motion to do those kinds of changes.
Board Member Whip.
So I really like the description of what should be in that quarterly report. And I do want to assure that we're going to get that somehow. And I don't know where the appropriate vehicle is to put that. I understand it's probably not here. It's probably not in the shared services agreement, but how do we make that happen?
Well, probably the easiest way is to either send an email that's signed by at least 4 board members to Justin and say, here are the things that the board would like to hear on a quarterly basis, or have the chair indicate to Justin that information is desired quarterly.
And can we do that once and have it as a standing request then?
Sure.
Okay.
Other questions?
Just a couple of things to consider, just really, really quickly. One thing that I know historically has been an issue is how do we keep track of minutes? So I'm just a little bit concerned, although it seems appropriate to say that the secretary is going to keep minutes. If one of you is acting as a secretary, that may or may not happen. I think it's probably better to say that the council staff is going to do that, or some staff is going to keep track of minutes for you. The other issue is there's one requirement in 2.8 that talks about the treasurer and the auditor being bonded. Because those two positions are already held by city staff and they already are bonded, I don't know that it makes sense. And I've talked to finance to ask them if they felt like there was a need to have an additional bond requirement in the bylaws for the RDA, and they don't feel like there is. So I think I would suggest that I take that out because I think it's redundant. I don't think we need to do it.
And I would agree with that. That's actually why in my red line, I redlined it, because Just FYI, there used to be some requirements that we bond. State law was changed a few years ago to say we can either bond or have errors and omissions insurance. And the city ever since then has elected to have errors and omissions insurance instead. The services agreement that Mary shared included that one of the things the city would do would be to help the agency have the insurance it needs. So my suggestion, similar to Keith's, would be to strike the bonding requirement and just make sure that the RDA has insurance.
And I agree. And just overall, I mean, I hope everybody understands we're on the same team. And we're not trying to get away with anything or change these bylaws so that we don't have to perform for you. I mean, we really have every desire to try to get you the information that you need when you need it, as often as you need it, however you want it. And so my encouragement to you from the bylaws perspective is put the minimum in there that the state law requires. I would strip out the stuff about quarterly meetings or other meetings, and then let's mutually agree with each other, because we're friends, right? That we'll meet with you however you want, however often you want. We'll provide you whatever information you want, because that's just good public service. And I mean, I hope you see that that's really what we're trying to do. And I don't think you have to, I don't think we have to go to the 10 Commandments and have it imprinted in stone to make sure that we all perform. We really want to make sure that we get you what you need when you need it.
Board Member Whipple.
Yeah, I just note that at the beginning, it says that the secretary is the recorder of the city of Provo. So if we're doing all the meetings together as a board, then do we already have that appropriate recording, or do we need to change that?
Well, I might defer to Elizabeth on this one. I mean, the one tricky thing here is that we do work meetings and evening meetings. So the bylaws say that the secretary is the recorder who will be handling the minutes for the evening meeting. It's traditionally been council staff that handles minutes for the work meeting. And I guess, I don't know, Elizabeth, if you can let us know do you technically feel like you do that under the auspices of the recorder, or is that a completely independent thing and we should put you in the bylaws too?
We're just testing our mic. So typically I think that's done under the auspices of the city recorder, because I think in the state law, that's how it's done.
Right.
So, but we're covering that internally with the way that the responsibilities are divided.
So I think it's probably fine as is, and just with the recognition that doesn't necessarily mean that Heidi is personally doing every meeting, but that she's the one responsible for the minutes, just like she is responsible for all the minutes of the council.
That sounds good. Unless we could write Elizabeth into the minutes.
So that she can be memorialized. Yes, exactly.
I move that Elizabeth remain in Provo. It should be in our bylaws.
Brian, sorry, any other questions? Council.
So on that secretary point about the minutes, I think we should include something about if there are meetings of the chair and vice chair, whether we get that under leadership in the end, where they always happen, leadership, then will automatically happen. But if we don't, I think we put something that the minutes have to be sent out to the board as a whole.
Well, the leadership meetings they don't qualify as a public body. They're not required by law to keep minutes. The council leadership doesn't technically take minutes. Council staff.
I'm just saying how we do send them out though to each other. Like, I just think there should be an internal.
Yeah. I probably wouldn't recommend putting that in the bylaws, but I would just say, give direction to the council executive director that you want notes of those meetings.
So kind of like Rachel was saying with
yeah. Because again, I would agree with Keith. Bylaws really exist it's a foundational document. You really just do bylaws to meet the state requirements to say you've checked off all the boxes of what an organization has to do in order to exist. It's not supposed to be the rules of how the organization operates on a day-to-day basis. Those are really better done through other documents.
For council meetings, the mayor, she may attend, or how is that stated? In here, we have it, the mayor, the CEO may attend meetings.
Yes, that's exact. I literally took it straight from the state statute about council and just adopted it to refer to the agency instead.
Okay. And then regarding leadership meetings of the council, what is, do we just do those out of a courtesy with the administration?
Yes.
It's not in the bylaws or anything like that.
No.
Interesting.
And in fact, over the 15 years I guess it hasn't been that long, the since 2011. The 12 years that I've been working with the council, it's actually varied from year to year what meetings the administration attends with council leadership and what they don't. Sometimes it's been all of them, sometimes it's been none of them, and sometimes it's been kind of like it is now where it's half of them. So it's just by invitation.
Interesting. Okay. Other questions or comments? I think for me, the main thing is, I think there's a sentiment to just be more involved in RDA and maybe even to use it for things like housing, low-income housing, or, to help on the housing front. And I think the administration's done a great job, Keith, and, I'm not faulting them at all, but I think maybe there's some sentiment that maybe we take a look at what else can we do, right? What are some other problems? Because the dynamic changes around the city, right? And so I guess I'm just trying to figure out, and this stuff doesn't need to be in the bylaws, but we have to kind of change how we approach RDA, I think, to be more involved. And whether that means we consolidate, I don't know. But it seems to be a sentiment for us to be more involved. And I don't think this is bylaw stuff, but just in general, we have to figure out how we can get more engaged in the RDA. So.
And I think that's addressed to some degree. To some degree, I think that is actually addressed in the bylaws by the addition of the rule that 2 board members can put something on the agenda.
Yeah, I love that. Can I make a motion?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, well, to move this ahead, and as council staff requested, I'm going to make a motion then. Number 1, that we take out the quarterly accounting out of these bylaws. Number 2, that we take out the bonding of the treasurer. And number 3, I think it'd be beneficial to have the leadership be the same as in the council starting in the new year, not disrupting this year. But in the future, those are the 3 changes that I would suggest a motion by.
And to otherwise move forward as shown in the draft.
Drafted.
Okay.
I think Keith offered another change. Did we cover all that you recommended?
Well, first, let's see, do we have a second on the motion?
I think we caught them all, I
I'll
think.
second the motion.
Okay, motion and seconded, Board Member Fillmore. Discussion on the motion?
Just to clarify, the other thing that Keith had mentioned was the secretary and the recording duties, and we, I think, resolved that concern. Is that correct, Keith?
Yeah, so I think we solved that.
Okay, so we're good on that one.
Yeah.
I guess my discussion, since nobody else is jumping up, I'd say, I think I prefer to address the consolidating the chair and vice chair, maybe as we get to that decision point next year when we're doing elections for chair and vice chair, as opposed to putting that in the bylaws. I kind of like the idea of maybe leaving that open-ended so we have that option if we want to. At some point down the road, we can peel it back out without having to go back and change the bylaws again, right? So just leaving it as is, but that's my opinion.
So following up on our training last week, this would be the perfect time, if that's how you feel, to make an amended motion to remove that part.
Yeah, so I'll make an amended motion that we don't make that specific change. So supporting Councillor McKay's motion, but amending that we don't make the change regarding adding into the bylaws that the chair and vice chair, or the chair and vice chair of the RDA also are the chair and vice chair of the council are also the chair and vice chair of the RDA.
I'll second that.
Seconded by Board Member Shipley. Discussion?
Yeah, I'll just make, I think I agree. I was about to second it, but I would say I'm fully in support of the idea. I would assume that I will agree to Councillor McKay's suggestion in January, but I sort of like the idea, especially since our chair is not here. It'll be a new council in January. I think it'll be a good time to have that discussion and have Brian rehearse the history, because it was the rehearsal of the history that I got sort of secondhand while I was gone, that I that I was like, oh, gee, it just doesn't make any sense. So it explained a lot to me after 6 years on the council that this is probably a redundancy. So I'm happy either way. I'm planning to support the idea, but I'm happy to wait until January to do it.
Other discussion? Okay, so we'll vote on the amended motion. I'll just go down the line. Board Member Hanley,
Yes.
Board Member Whipple. So with this, you would be voting to adopt the changes.
Well,
Just the
let me just clarify. The only thing you're voting on is the amendment. So you're voting to take out of Counselor McKay's motion
Okay.
the change about the chair
And
and
then we have
vice
to go
chair.
back and vote on
Then we'll
what
have to vote,
remains.
whether this passes or not, we'll then have to vote on Counselor McKay's motion as it has or has not been amended.
Okay, thank you. So it's not lumped together.
Yes.
Board Member McKay,
Yes.
I'll vote yes.
Yes.
Board Member Shipley, yes, and Board Member Fillmore.
Yes.
Okay, now we go back to the original motion. Is there any?
Which is now a motion, just to restate it, it's now a motion to bring to the council the draft as drafted with with two of the three changes that Councillor McKay mentioned, not including the one about the chair and the vice chair.
And in general, adopting otherwise the recommended changes,
Yes.
right? Okay, so we'll go ahead and is there discussion on that motion? Additional discussion. Okay, we'll go ahead and vote and I'll just go backwards this time. Board Member Fillmore,
Yes.
Board Member Shipley.
Yes.
I'll vote yes.
Yes.
Board Member McKay, yes.
Yes.
Board Member Whipple, yes. And Board Member Handley?
Yes.
Yes. It's unanimous with Board Member and Chair Ellsworth excused.
Okay.
Okay. If there's no objection, we will now adjourn as the governing board of the Redevelopment Agency of Provo and reconvene as the Provo Municipal Council by unanimous consent. We were supposed to take a break. I didn't account for the break in there. Sorry, guys. So Chair McKay, break or no break?
We'll take a break.
How long? 5, 10,
Okay, we'll come back at
40?
1:40.
Okay. Thank you all.
Thank you for helping us learn how to do motions correctly.
Recording stopped. Recording in progress.
Okay, we are going to start with the approval of the minutes. We need to approve the minutes for May 2nd, 2023 work minutes, May 16th, 2023 work minutes, June 6th, 2023 work minutes, and the June 13th, 2023 budget work meeting. And do we vote on this? Or is it implied motion?
It's by unanimous consent if there's no objection.
And we will approve these minutes by unanimous consent unless there is an objection. All right. We are on to an ordinance enacting procedures and requirements related to agricultural protection areas. And this is a citywide application presented by Brandon Larson, our planning supervisor.
Thank you, Chair. Glad to be with you here today, Council. So agricultural protection areas are a really great tool for preserving our agricultural land. We have a little bit left, and we'd like to try to protect our agricultural lands, and so this is a great tool. This is a really good tool, especially for protecting agricultural operations against nuisance claims. Another few other things that an agricultural operation or an agricultural protection area does when it's established and approved by the council is it effectively freezes the zoning on the property. I saw this happen a little bit in another jurisdiction where, one was approved in 1999, and then in 2007-ish or so, the setback requirements changed pretty broadly in that jurisdiction, and yet because the zoning was frozen on those APAs, those setbacks from 1999 were still in force, and along with all the other requirements, zoning requirements. So there are some protections along with that right there, the freezing of zoning. There's some noticing that goes on. For instance, subdivisions. If someone were to develop a subdivision right next to an agricultural protection area, they'd have to put a note on the plat that warned property owners that, hey, you're locating next to an agricultural protection area, and there might be some noises and smells that you might not like. So there are some really good protections. For instance, in Title 7 of the city code, that's our nuisance section, or we talk quite a bit about nuisances. There may be other parts of our code that talk about them, but they're talked quite a bit about in Title 7. And so this proposal would protect an agricultural protection area, an agricultural operation against those nuisance laws that we have in Title 7, unless it became a life and safety issue. So as far as this amendment goes, what it does is first of all, I'll say this. So the agricultural protection area requirements are already established in the Utah Code, and we mainly want to follow those provisions in the state code. But there are a few things in the state code, or a few times in the state code, when it defers to the city and says, hey, it's up to you, city, to establish the minimum number of acres that will be required for an agricultural protection area. Or that's one example. There's other examples of one or two other examples of when state code kind of defers to the city, and how there's a couple of things that need to be established by the city so that we can effectively establish these and process applications. So, for instance, one of those other things is it says the city council will process these applications, city council office, and we think that we recommend that development services actually process these applications. So this doing this application process here, the text amendment application process here gives us an ability to designate, development services as that body to process APAs. Also, this proposal would allow the city to cut out pieces of land, cut out parts of land from having APA protections. For instance, if there was a utility corridor planned or a road corridor planned, there's provisions in this text amendment that would allow you to say, hey, we've got a proposed road coming through this area, and we want to cut that out of your agricultural protection area. I've seen that happen on one occasion. And then again, it at the end of this text amendment, as I'll show you here, it establishes the protections for these areas against some of our specific nuisance claims in Title VII. So before I get to that, let me point out a couple things. So this proposal does facilitate approvals of APAs in the city. It establishes minimum acreage requirements for APAs. We're not repeating the state code here. We're just adding addressing a few things that aren't addressed in the state code, for which we need to address so we can process these applications properly. And of course, we're establishing a new chapter in Title 15. So proposal here, we're saying that agricultural subsection 1 under 20, I'll highlight a few things here. So subsection 1's telling us that these applications will be processed according to the provisions in the state code. Subsection 2 is telling us that development services, or rather I'll say it this way, the municipal council designates development services as that body to process these applications. Subsection 3 tells us that it's the council who will make the final decision on these applications, because this is these are legislative applications, and so you as a legislative body need to make the final decision on whether or not these should be approved. Area requirements, we are proposing 10 acres. There are 2 other jurisdictions that I'm aware of that have city APA requirements. So that's Spanish Fork City and Saratoga Springs. If I recall correctly, both of them have an area minimum of 20 acres. And that's originally what we proposed, with a provision to go down to 10 if it was on an intensive, if there was an intensive land use operation, if they're making really good use of their small bit of land for agricultural purposes, they could even go down to 10. But Planning Commission suggested that we just propose a minimum of 10 acres, and they felt that there was good reason to allow 10 acres. For instance, they highlighted an operation in Orem. Some of you are probably familiar with Crandall's on Center Street in Orem, and I guess kind of out on the fringe there. You're aware of Scott Smith. He highlighted Crandall's and said that was a good example of a 10-acre operation that's working well, and would that'd be a good example of one that would really highly benefit from an APA protections. So that was their proposal. Planning Commission's proposal was 10 acres other than 20. And then one other thing in subsection 1 of section 40, the Planning Commission, well, first I'll back up. State code says that before an APA comes to this body, we need to have the advisory board and the Planning Commission give you recommendation on a proposed APA. The advisory board is a group of local citizens that consider these things and other agricultural issues. That's a body established by the county And so the city doesn't need its own advisory board. This group at the county level meets each month and considers APAs throughout the county. So this planning commission said, hey, before we consider one of these APAs, we want the advisory board to first evaluate this. They're experts on agriculture, and so we'd like their opinion before we look at it. Subsection 2 is talking about something I brought up just a moment ago, and that was just the allowance to cut out like a roadway or a utility corridor if it was on a city plan for, again, if the city had planned for a roadway or a utility corridor. So, Section 50 is telling us about some of the safety provisions that I've already highlighted for APAs. So I feel like this is a really good tool for agricultural operations in the city. We want to, considering, some of the supply chain issues we saw in with the pandemic and so forth, we want to preserve agriculture and make sure we don't forsake that industry and keep some local food around. So with that, that's if you have any questions, I'm here to answer them. So
Thank you, Brandon.
Yep.
I just want to clarify something from
Yeah.
what you said. I thought you were saying you didn't want the staff to come to us. It would just be the staff approving it. But then later on, you said that we will be approving it after the,
that was never intended. No,
Okay.
this
So it does
staff will
come-
process it, but
then
you need to
planning
approve it.
commission, their agriculture review,
Yeah.
and then us.
Yeah, we'll
Anytime
just-
this is approved.
Essentially what we're trying to do is set this up like any other application that we do. It's just like it comes through us, we take it through the process and bring it to you.
All right. And one more thing. Could someone say they had a 5-acre, 7-acre farm? Could they apply for this? Is there an avenue for that or not?
No, the minimum here would be 10 acres.
Okay. All right. Councillor Whipple had a question.
Yes, I read the planning commission report that they brought it down to 10 acres from the 20, but I'm honestly wondering why we're not just doing 5 acres, because that's the requirement to do a greenbelt application. Is it just, there was no discussion on that?
There was no discussion. I mean, that is a valid point, though. Part of the reason we included, if you look at the end of subsection or section 30, talks about they must be, in order to get an APA, they must be receiving greenbelt. And staff felt like, hey, that's a good idea to require to be in greenbelt because it's showing that it's an agricultural production. And so there may be some validity into going down to 5. I mean, we're trying to look at precedents in other jurisdictions and provide, something that we could say, hey, this is working in other jurisdictions. But I don't think staff's opposed to a 5-acre minimum. I'm not aware of anything that would cause, staff's not aware of anything that would cause concern on that. So.
The other question I had is, this is from, Title 17, Part 4 on the protection of land. And that also talks a lot about the industrial protection areas. Do we have anything like that going on in the city or a process for that?
We don't. There's certainly that, and I think there's one other type, but no. This is strictly for agriculture. That's something we could address. If that's something you'd like us to look at, we can also address in industrial. But this is strictly for agricultural use at this time.
I'm not entirely happy with what the state code says there, so I'm just as glad that we're not. I was just curious if we had anything analogous on that. I'm happy with agriculture protections.
Yes.
So thank you.
Yeah, there's nothing proposed here. I haven't really seen that utilized too much when I've looked at other cities.
Okay, Councillor Handley.
Thanks, Brandon.
Yeah.
So I know in the case of the Smiths, they already have an APA, but it was granted by the county,
Yes.
correct? So in the case of property like theirs that could be annexed into the city, would this require us to create our own APA in lieu of that other one or on top of it, or?
No, it's just it lasts through, it will survive an annexation. In fact, I've seen people prior to annexation hurry and go get an APA on their lot or on their property for that very reason. They knew that it was would survive an annexation, so they didn't want to have to deal with it at the city level.
So this, I mean, maybe it doesn't matter, but this isn't designed with their property in mind in particular, or is it?
There was some consideration. I mean, I'm not entirely sure if there's land that they may want to bring in eventually that doesn't have that protection.
Well, yeah, I think there was a nervousness that and I say this because this may be true of lots of other property owners, that if they have those protections prior to coming into the city, that they may not want to come into the city because they might feel like they could potentially lose those protections.
Yeah.
But this is now a tool in our toolbox that we can say, well, we can go ahead and create one right here in the city for you, for anybody currently in the city or anyone contemplating coming in.
Right.
Okay, I think Brian Jones has a comment about that.
Yeah.
Well, just one clarification I was going to add. I mean, it does make some sense to have the backup even in that instance, because Brendan's right that the county APA survives. But if you look at the statute about these agricultural protection areas, is it 20 years that they're supposed to review it?
Exactly.
But so every 20 years, the county is supposed to review whether to keep the property in. And my recollection from the statute is that annexation actually triggers a review, even if it hasn't been the 20 years. So there's a possibility, although it by default survives, there is a possibility the county could decide to terminate it. So this would give them an opportunity to apply for a city when, if that happens, even though I don't see any reason it would.
Thanks, Brian. And Councillor Fillmore.
Mr. Jones has touched on a point I was going to raise. My understanding is that we have an annexation process underway with respect to the Smith property. So what's the status on that? Does anybody know?
The Smith annexation is kind of it's in the middle of its noticing period. It's scheduled to come to you next month on the 18th.
Okay, thank you.
For final
So
decision.
with that annexation, then, is it your opinion that the APA designation would come with that?
Yes, the county's APA designation will transfer. Like I said, it will trigger the county to actually do a review about whether they want to perpetuate it. I don't see any reason why they wouldn't in this particular case. And if we have this ordinance passed in the meantime, if for some reason the county did terminate it, then they could apply for a city one.
Well, that's what I was going to ask then. So all the more reason for us to pass this now so that in the next month or so, we have it in place if we need it.
My understanding on that was that the review after an annexation was just on the land that was left in the county and not the land that was coming into the city, but we can look at that. That was my understanding of the state code, but you may be right on that.
It's been a few months since we last looked at this, so we'll have to look. I think it triggers review, but I think there's this weird ambiguous statute that says they have to terminate it if the property owner asks them to. It doesn't actually say what they can do if the property owner doesn't ask them to, which makes it all the more likely that I don't think they would remove it because the statute's not even clear.
Right. It's true.
All right. Any other questions for Brandon? We will be voting on this tonight. All right. Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you.
All right. A discussion regarding reinforced masonry buildings, and this will be presented by Michael Sanders, a policy analyst.
Okay. Good afternoon, Council. So this issue is being brought to us from requests from Vice Chair Whipple and Councilmember Handley. Just a brief overview is just about unreinforced masonry buildings, commonly known as URMs. And many Provo residents are at risk of the hazards associated with living in these URMs from earthquakes. What a URM basically is any structure that is made primarily from brick, stone, or concrete, and basically that has less than 50% steel reinforcement. And basically, this is any structure that is built prior to 1975, when the Utah Building Codes allowed for a structure like this to be built. And the map that was included inside of your meeting packet, that was using data from the Utah Registry of Historic Homes, which identified about 1,800 addresses in Provo, which were categorized as URMs. But I did contact the county that was able to get some data about, just from the parcel data, about how many homes were built prior to 1975. And that was about 9,000 homes. And that did not include parcels that had two or more structures, where the primary structure was newer than 1975, does not include apartment structures or commercial structures. So they said that it represents about 18% of the city is a URM, but it likely is higher than that. And they can get us that data. They just told me that that was the fuzzy answer, and then they're in the middle of tax season right now. So that was like the 15-minute answer, but they could give me like a 1-day answer if we need to get to that point. So URMs, they're very dangerous. So according to the state, there's a 57% chance that the Wasatch Front will experience a 6.0 magnitude or greater earthquake in the next 50 years. And there's a 43% chance that it would be a 6.75% magnitude, 6.5 magnitude earthquake or more. And URMs account for 58% of building losses and 90% of fatalities in earthquakes. And just to kind of give some context for that, the 2020 Magna earthquake was a 5.7 magnitude earthquake and caused $62 million in damages. And there was about almost $650 million in economic losses due to a lot of the URM structures that collapsed and had to be rebuilt. So originally this request came through from Councilor Whipple to look into the Salt Lake City Fix the Bricks initiative. But we quickly realized that there were a variety of other policy ideas that the council could pursue. So the first one up there is encourage the administration through resolution to pursue a pre-mitigation grant program. That was the Fix the Bricks campaign that Salt Lake City did. We also came up with the idea to encourage and partner with the administration through resolution to engage in a public information campaign, just kind of warning people who live in these URM structures what their hazards are and what steps they can take through the private sector to be able to fix it themselves. Amend the city code to include a disclosure requirement. Like if someone is buying a property that is a URM, it has to be disclosed to them that that is a risk that they're taking. Another idea we had was to train the neighborhood district board members to act as like a neighborhood response team in the event of a earthquake. And the last one to be maintain the status quo. So the two recommendations that we're bringing to you today are those ones listed in green, just kind of a combination of encouraging and partnering with the administration to engage in a public information campaign and to amend the city code to include a URM disclosure requirement. So there is a lot I could tell you about everything that was inside of the memo that was included in your packet, but I'll just leave it up to questions right now. That way we could get to discussion.
Councilor Fillmore.
Are you aware, Michael, of whether there are grant programs now available to us to assist in that renovation effort?
No, I'm not aware of any other grant programs other than that Fix the Bricks campaign that Salt Lake City does. And that is a very competitive grant that needs to be renewed periodically. So it's not like Salt Lake City doesn't perpetually have this grant funding that they have. They have to apply for it on I think a biannual basis.
Who applies for it?
The city does.
From?
FEMA, the federal government.
Okay, so there is a grant program available.
Yeah.
No, there's just not one in place for Provo.
Yeah, there's not one in place for Provo, but like if we were to duplicate something that would like Salt Lake City has, it would require a lot of coordination between the administration and their various departments, and likely include hiring on many different staff members, and could potentially tie up the grant office for 1 to 2 years of application periods, and then they may not even be successful in getting the grant.
That's a pretty dire prophecy, Michael.
It's just what Chris Brilliansinger told me. And
Okay.
is he online? Okay, yeah, he told me he might be online today. So
what I'm getting at is the idea of including in the city code a URM disclosure requirement. Sounds like a fair thing to do, but I'm hesitant to do that unless there's some kind of at least matching grant opportunity available to us.
yeah, I suppose there is the possibility to use CDBG funding in order to fund that, but that would take the average cost for this is about $15,000 to $20,000. So that would take a significant chunk of the CDBG money per project.
Yeah, when you say average cost, what are your assumptions there?
So that is just going off of what Salt Lake City does. What they fund in their grant program is they attach the chimneys to the roof and the roof to the walls. And that doesn't include any like extra rebar, steel reinforcement, or like, Salt Lake City temple type reinforcements. Those are just like really basic, preventing the roof from caving in on you sort of things.
No underground revamping of the total foundation, huh?
Yeah, that's going to be a little more pricey.
So is the idea that the most cost-effective thing to do is this chimney attachment and whatever else you mentioned? That you get the biggest bang for your buck by doing that as opposed to other things?
Yeah.
50 to 20,000, did you say?
Yes, $15,000 to $20,000. And that was based off of a couple of years old information. I tried to get in contact with Salt Lake City, their grant office, but they never were able to get back to me. So it likely is a little bit more expensive than that now.
Okay, so with respect to the fix the bricks concept that Salt Lake is considering, is there a requirement that I'm a homeowner, I now know I've got to disclose that the home I'm selling has this URM problem, which obviously is, if it doesn't take it off the market altogether, is going to make it much less valuable for terms of sale. So I'm going to be highly motivated to do something. Is there, does Salt Lake require a matching approach? That is, if you qualify, we'll put up $15,000 to $20,000, but you have to pay half.
Right. So what Salt Lake does is they pay 75% of that $15,000 to $20,000. So the homeowner ends up paying about $5,000 at the end of it.
I see. Thank you.
Counselor Handley.
So thank you, Michael, for doing all this research at our request. Appreciate it. You answered partially the question I had, and I couldn't quite find it in the packet. Why the fix the bricks idea is so expensive? You just kept rating it as a high expense, but I couldn't figure out where the expense was coming from. If it's a grant program from the federal government, it's just managing the grant that's the expense for the city.
Yeah. So Chris Blinzinger, he's really familiar with what Salt Lake City does, and he informed me that it would take you would probably end up hiring I can't find it in here right now, but I think he said it would take maybe like a whole team of maybe 3 to 5 people extra to be able to just administer this grant alone. So the main cost to the city is the management of the grant, administering the grant.
That seems awfully high to me.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
I mean, I don't know why I'm just not persuaded. I guess I'd have to hear, because we have other grant programs. Melissa oversees multiple grants. So I don't know why this one program would require 3 full-time staff to manage.
Yeah, I really wanted to get more information from Salt Lake City, but unfortunately they were unresponsive.
Well, in light of that, I mean, I certainly don't want to do anything that's going to be too expensive for the city, but it still seems like finding out more information about the possibility of a program like that would be really helpful. I like these other ideas. So I'm certainly not averse to doing any one or multiple of them in addition to or without the fix the bricks. But if we're just relying on that one testimonial about the expense, it seems like we need more information to determine whether or not that's really going to be that big of a burden for us.
Yeah, and there were a variety of other things that I kind of found a little bit iffy about fix the bricks. One of them is that I wasn't able to find any income requirements for the grant. So it kind of depends on where we're trying to target the help of this grant. If we're trying, because with like if it was $15,000 to $20,000 and then the resident ended up paying $5,000, still the low and very low income brackets who may need this help the most may still not be able to access this, and we would be just providing a subsidy to someone else.
I mean, but maybe there's an option there, right? Where we say we're going to administer this grant, and maybe, I don't know if the regulations would allow something like that, but if there's a $5,000 gap between somebody who qualifies for the full 20,000 and somebody who only qualifies for the 15, like we could just have two different categories or something like that. Anyway.
Yeah.
I had a couple questions. Number one, the percentage you said, 17% or something probably have. Now, I assume this data is not considering any homes that have been retrofitted or addressed, right? There's some beautiful old homes. I know of people who have money who own them or businesses. And I bet you some of them have been redone, but these numbers wouldn't reflect that, correct?
Yeah. This was just a really kind of a fuzzy estimate, just anything that was built prior to 1975, because there are a lot of other factors that go into it, but kind of just to get a blanket overview of kind of how many there would be anything built before 1975 is a pretty good marker just to get an idea.
Okay. The general 3 to 5 is definitely a scary number. Like just considering we just did budget, right? And one employee is a huge deal. And we need multiple of them for things that are labeled critical that we haven't been able to fulfill. So that is a big, for the percentage of people it would help in the city, I definitely think that's not feasible. But as George said, great to look into the actual particulars. Even one employee, I think is hard to justify when we think of the critical needs we have for employees. I love the amend the city code to include a URM. I think that's the best way to let the market work this out, right? It'll affect sales, it'll affect buying, it'll give some leverage there to deal with these issues. So I do really I think that's a great market solution that is fair. And of course, encouraging the administration and using the neighborhood program and other different things to educate is always a big win. Any other questions? Councilor Whipple.
At first, I just want to thank you for doing this research and working on this. I would really love it if we were able to find a way to make a grant program for this feasible, just like we do egress programs and other repairs that would help individual homes be safer in the event of an emergency, right? Which is why we do the basement window egresses and things like that. I see a disclosure on this is analogous to like the lead paint disclosures that you have when you buy a house that's built before a certain age.
We're right on.
Yeah. Yeah. And so that's, I think, a useful thing because people moving into the area may not be aware that this could be a potential hazard. You see this as like a beautiful older house, and it is. And I think pairing that with general education, like in the event of an earthquake, watch out for falling chimneys, right? Letting people know that there are particular hazards to look out for with these homes. Or if you're in one of these structures in an earthquake, where are your safest places to shelter? Should you be by the wall? Should you be in a doorway? Things like that. I think that's good public information that we should be sharing with our people. So, I would love if we just had buckets of money that we could pay everybody to fix things up so that we're all safe and secure. And I know we can't do that. Nor should we. It's not appropriate that we do. But I would like to echo Councillor Handley's suggestion that we look into the money a little bit more so that if somebody is doing a renovation of their property, that they could roll this into it. And maybe just the disclosure will help them to know that that might be something they should consider if they're putting on a new roof or doing other work, that they should roll this in with their project or their budget. Thank you.
Any other questions for Michael? All right, well, again, if there's any intended outcome or a motion to be made with this, make it now.
I will move that we request Michael to continue the conversation with Salt Lake's program to get more information about that. And then maybe when you feel like you've got a more clear picture of potential costs to the city, we'd come back and review these suggestions and make a decision about whether or not to go after one of those programs or adopt some of these regulations or suggestions that you've made.
All right. So we have George Handley's motion. We'll take a vote. Councillor Hoban.
Yes.
Councillor Handley.
Yes.
Councillor Ellsworth is excused. Councillor Fillmore.
Yes.
Councillor McKay, yes. Councillor Shipley.
Yes.
And Councillor Whipple.
Yes.
So we got that unanimous consent with Shannon excused. Thanks, Michael.
All right, thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to a discussion of an ordinance amending city code regarding apartment building signage. This will be presented by Malia for 20 minutes.
Okay. Okay. Hi, council. So if you remember back in May, we originally brought this to you with our original housing package of policies, and this was one of them. And then you made a motion for us to come back with some updated proposals, kind of some options following up on a couple of motions. So staff, we've worked together and we've come up with 4 options. You asked us to address signage regarding multiple buildings. Oh, and just as a reminder for the public, sorry, this item is about signage requirements for if there's a maintenance emergency on an apartment complex property, to have a number of a maintenance manager or a property manager, so that way they can be easily reached by tenants and or the public. So that's what this item is for. So like I said, back in May, there was motions made for us to come back with some considerations. So one of those was, what do you do with signs for a sign if there's multiple buildings, for example, apartment complexes that might have like 3 or 4 buildings? Do we just have one sign? Where does the sign go? Things like that. The second one was regarding condos and condo projects, especially if units are owned by different property owners. Next is looking to other cities' ordinances for the minimum number of units, and kind of just what they do with condos and then multiple buildings as well. So you'll see that reflected in a couple of the proposals. And then lastly was to look into requiring this to also be online as part of our GIS. And I'll address that one here because it's not specifically on these proposals. Staff did an initial review. Michael and I looked at our GIS, and we do have the parcel data, obviously, that has the owner and then the address and the other information. And we would just need to put on an additional layer with that number, which we could do once passed. And so that would just be, once we're finalized with this, that would just be coordinating with GIS to add that as an additional layer. If that is something council would still like to do. We also, so I'm going to go through these 4 options. We also had a request to look into enforcement and the enforcement process for any adopted, proposed and then adopted code requiring this. And then also how we also looked into what 311's process would be if we didn't pass anything. what would be the status quo and what's kind of already in place within the city. So all of that, we're going to go through the options now. The first option here, this is just the original proposal. So this is what we came to you with in May and we had discussed. So just talking about how the owner shall post and maintain signs, Spanish and English, the exterior of the premise of the apartment buildings with the phone number, the apartment building office or maintenance manager for the apartment building, and then just some basics about the sign, the size, and that it should be weatherproof. So if you go down to option 2, so this option includes looking at different cities' ordinances. We found that the minimum number of units was 10 to 12 units. We didn't see anything less than 10, or they just didn't have a minimum and it just said complexes as defined, which is what our original proposal was. But ones that did have a minimum, which was suggested by council, we put 12 because that was a common one across the ordinances that we found. And then we also just made some adjustments based on the multiple buildings. So post at minimum 1 sign. So there has to be at least 1 sign, but they can have more. And then of the apartment building. And then this language we took from, I believe, Jacksonville, Florida, including on the block face of the main or primary entrance of the apartment building or apartment group. So this is, if you remember in our discussion, we had some concerns about, if somebody's running or walking by and they see something, what's most often where they're going to be looking. We don't want them to have to walk around the whole property to find some contact information. So that language is to try and appease that concern there. And then in section 2, this is to make it more ADA compliant and easier to find with the contrasting colors between text and background. That was also pretty common throughout the different ordinances that we looked at. So this is the simplest updated proposal that doesn't include mentions of condos. So then we have 2 options that exclude condos because that was one idea brought by council and one that explicitly includes them. Looking in the code, condominium projects are included in the definition of apartment buildings, and Brian can correct me on that. But as far as we are reading the code, condos are included under the definition of apartment buildings. But we also, there, when you specifically include them, we said apartment buildings and condominium projects as defined. And then we cite the code again. And then it's the same edits as that second option there. If you go up to option 3, this is the one where it's explicitly excluding condo projects. So you can see there, the orange at the bottom just says this requirement does not apply to condominium projects as defined. And then it has the definition for a condominium project. This is purely anecdotal evidence for me to just kind of add to the discussion. I lived in a condo project at BYU for 3 years. And we actually looked it up on our GIS. All of the units are owned by different people, and there was 24 units in the building. But I will say there was a common number for the parking lot, and they redid the parking lot, and then the parking permit went through Aspen management. So they handled that, and then someone else handled all of the shared living spaces. And so there was numbers that we had in our lease for those specific property issues. So I know that that was a concern about who would contact and who would be in charge of that. And again, that's anecdotal, but it's just because I know that is very common in BYU housing, and a lot of these complexes that we're talking about would be south of campus where the majority of our high density housing is. So we can discuss these, but first I just want to touch on enforcement, about enforcing on having this sign on your property if passed. So we went and spoke to our lead code enforcement officer, Scott, who I believe is here in the back too, if you have any questions. And he said there wouldn't, his opinion, there wouldn't need to be anything explicitly included in this because everything within this chapter and then any other codes follow the normal code enforcement process that we have for everything else. So it would just be included as something that as they're looking at apartment complexes, looking at RDLs, looking at business licensing, this would just be included as part of that process. And then speaking with 311, we wanted to check with them in case we don't pass anything requiring a sign, what's the current status quo and what would happen. And speaking with 311, they said, if someone does call with a property emergency, they first try and make sure and confirm that it's not a city line or something that has to do with the city infrastructure. If it is in the private infrastructure, private property, then they direct them to contact someone on their lease. So that's the current process and what we would go back to if we didn't adopt anything. So going forward, we don't have to pick any of these verbatim. We can add, we can take away, we can mix them together. We can do whatever. We just wanted to come with a couple options for you guys based on what you asked for in May.
Great, Malia. Thank you so much for that work. Any questions for Malia? Councillor Whipple.
Do we have a sense of how many apartment complexes are smaller than 12 units that are in that 5 to 12 unit range?
I don't have a number on that. We can look it up. We could find that out on GIS. I'm trying to think how easy of a query that would be, but we could figure that out.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I know I see fourplexes that have issues that wouldn't be included in this. And so even though other municipalities have done 10 to 12, if we have a lot of these smaller, like 6 and 8 plexes, I think we would want this to apply to them.
Well, as in their apartments, or are they townhomes or plexes that are, okay.
Yeah, the definition, just to add, the definition for apartment building, which also includes condo, is at least 5. So fourplexes and duplexes do not.
Oh, so if we just did the definition of an apartment,
it's minimum 5.
We could,
yeah,
that works. My gut is to leave out the condos because of the complication of numbers, and some aren't run by agencies and some are. Some are just an HOA where the one person changes every 6 months or a year, whatever they vote. And I'm still getting stuff about an HOA I was in 5 years ago. So I think that, I don't know, my gut is to not worry about the condo thing, but exclude that and start with the simple, and I like the idea of keeping apartments to our definition of 5 or more. Any other thoughts? Councillor Fillmore.
I do believe that even with, these aggregate condo setups, there's almost always a management company. And so that management company, they're the ones that handle things that we're concerned about for the most part. So regardless of whether you're electing a new president of the HOA every year, there's still a management company you can call.
So that is standard. That's pretty much all of them?
Pretty standard, yeah.
I don't know if that's standard. Again, that's how it was for mine. And we had 24 units and we checked on the GIS and they were all owned by different people, but we all went through one management company for our parking, for any complaints about landscaping.
I would think student ones may have that. I don't know if ones that aren't generally student lived in are necessary. I don't know.
I think we should at least say that if there's a management company, they have to post a sign. And if they change management companies, put a new sign up.
Okay. Councillor Shipley.
I was just going to say, I can't think of an instance where you wouldn't have a shared responsible management group. And the reason is you can't contract multiple people for the same shared space, if that makes sense. So I just think maybe it is a good solution on the condominiumized locations. I'm going to say lots of good words here and everybody's going to giggle. I have no idea what it's called, but where you have, what you were referring to earlier, with yours, where they're all different individual owners, but those owners have to have a common association of some kind because you have shared space, you have a shared roof, you have a shared, and they incur expense and you incur expense together. So you have to have a common contract between those various owners. So there would be a management group that would be consistent somewhere, to be able to post signage. I don't mind starting with a more simplified version, but I think it'd be easy also have management on these different ones that are individually owned, do it as well.
Thanks, Dave. That helps me. I'm fine with that then. Anyone else? Okay, so we should probably make a motion for you.
Yeah, make a motion on any of the proposals, any of the four, or
Anybody
you
else
can
want to make a
change any
motion,
of
or do you want me
them.
to do it? Okay, let's look
Well,
at the,
sorry, I don't want to make a motion. I'll wait for yours, but I did just want to echo that I think the reducing the number is a good idea. So,
Okay.
yeah.
all right, so can you put it up a bit more, please, to option with condos? Was it option 3 or 4? Option 4. Okay, I would make a motion that we put together option 4 that specifically includes condo projects, as well as changing our definition to just the apartments that we already have in our vernacular as far as 5 and more.
So we could just remove the and has at least 12 units, just strike that.
Great. All right, should we take a vote on this motion? Oh, I need a second.
I need a second here. I'm hopping through the different options and making sure I know what
Second
I'm
here.
looking at.
Okay, well, we have a second.
Yes. I seconded it. Okay.
Thanks, Bill. Any other comments before we take a vote?
Yeah, just a
Councillor
quick-
Shipley.
Quick comment on, so I'm just trying to think through how, going back to compliance, we're dealing with owners of apartments on the one, and then we're potentially dealing with management groups on the other. Do we need to account for that, or is that how we always do it with when we deal with compliance problems with a ownership group? There's not one owner. There's a management company that's dealing with all these different owners. We deal with them. We deal with the management group, right?
Right.
So that's just assumed. We don't have to put anything in code that defines how we work with compliance on these two different types.
Yeah, I don't think we would need to specify who individually would be responsible, whether it's an owner or management, just as long as the property has it, if that's what the council wants to have. It's not an issue that we, at least in our department, have seen that this would resolve anything that has come to our knowledge, but that's, maybe you guys are seeing other things that we're not, that aren't coming to our attention. But overall, if having a placard, something on the building, is a requirement that the council wants to have, then we can discuss with either a property manager, property management company, ownership of the property, to make sure that takes place. We can hold any entity responsible that has a responsibility there.
On number 3 there, should we change it to an owner/management company?
We can, yeah.
Or responsible party or something, but it sounds like it's not necessary, but
We can I can work with Scott and legal and make sure we have good wording there.
Yeah, I was just going to suggest, after we get down exactly what you want to have in here, I'm probably actually going to suggest to Malia some changes. Like, instead of saying that they shall do it, it probably needs to say it shall be unlawful for them to fail to do it in order for us to actually be able to prosecute them. So, but we can work on that kind of stuff as long as we just know the details of what you want in it.
Perfect. All right, we have a motion, we have a second, so let's take a vote on this, and then you will readdress the specific one we pick and come back to us. So, all right.
So the motion is that we are approving one thing, but she will
Option
come
4.
back
Yeah.
with the exact language later after it's been through legal again.
Correct.
yeah. Okay, can we summarize the motion then again?
The motion is that we're going to have staff look at option 4, specifically including condo projects. We're going to take out has at least 12 units. So it'll be our general verbiage as far as apartments, which is 5 or more. And it will come back to us after it's gone through legal.
Okay, thank you.
So I made the motion. Bill Fillmore seconded it, and we will vote. Counselor Hanley.
Yes.
Counselor Ellsworth is excused. Counselor Fillmore.
Yes.
Counselor McKay, yes. Counselor Shipley,
Yes.
Counselor Whipple,
Yes.
and Counselor Hoban.
Yes.
So that passes unanimously with Ellsworth excused. Thank you. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
Recording stopped.
Are we recording?
Recording in progress.
All right. Hello, Malia. We're going to do discussion regarding housing affordability strategies presented by Malia Daly.
Okay. So Michael, me, and Abby all worked on this one together, and Abby's actually going to take the majority of the time to present this one. But I'm just going to introduce it, and then we're going to go through. So, first, we're going to review status quo. Michael will review that with you. Then I'm going to talk about RDA and housing, ADUs, and then state legislature. And then Abby will discuss community land trusts and deed restrictions as kind of unique new ways to address affordable housing in Provo. And throughout this whole time, again, this is just a really brief introduction. This would be, if you can imagine, if we still had the housing committee, this would be a brainstorm on the housing committee. This isn't a, this is what we're doing and figure out a way to do this. This is just staff research, some best practices, some ideas that we could bring to you to address housing affordability that other cities here in Utah have done, or ones that the council have looked into previously. And so this is just a time for the council to discuss them, to make motions about, hey, I liked this idea. We can look further into that, or really you could get creative and make a motion about anything and we'll follow through. So first we're going to have Michael come up here and kind of discuss status quo and what the city is doing right now regarding housing.
Okay, so housing, yes. The city actually has a lot of plans currently in place for as far as affordable housing goes. A lot of those goals and future policies are located in the general plan. There are in the general plan, like in the housing chapter and the implementation matrix, there are 16 goals in the general plan that was linked inside of your agenda packets in Appendix A from the general plan. And also, as the state requirement, we were required to draft a moderate income housing strategies report. And that report also included 10 goals that the city is moving through. So with those two plans combined, that's 26 different goals or ways that the city is striving to improve home affordability here in the city. And also just kind of a separate one outside of the general plan is the Home Purchase Plus program, which is a grant funded, a 0% interest deferred payment loan to assist first-time home buyers in Provo City. So if there are any questions with any of these, then I can go into a little bit more depth.
Councilor Shipley.
So maybe not in depth on this, but as you reviewed it, if you were just to apply the new teacher, new policeman, new firefighter test to all 26 of these, are we making any headway to legitimately housing in Provo a new policeman, a new firefighter, or a new teacher?
I think that some of them definitely do. I think some of the current other product that we have going on, the zoning review that we're also going through with the planning department by possibly having smaller lot sizes or form-based codes, infill development. Goal 1C in here says promote accessory dwelling units in residential areas. Yeah, I think that there's a variety in there. I think the Home Purchase Plus program actually is a underutilized resource here in the city.
Is that the one where the amount was just not enough? You know, that we've talked about a few different times, that the grant amount was just not really enough for a down payment realistically, and so it wasn't being utilized very much right now with current home prices.
Currently, well, I'm not aware of that discussion that took place, but right now they will give a loan capping at $40,000 going towards a down payment or closing costs. So if you combine that 40,000 with, like, if it's and that's for any build. So if you combine that with the first time home buyers grant from the state, so you could potentially get up to $60,000 for a first time home. So it is income driven. So a family of 4, the income limit is it's about $75,000.
Okay. Yeah. I guess in the 3+ years I've been on the council, we have, like, obviously we have these goals. We want, to do whatever we possibly can around the edges to make housing more affordable. And then that coupled with what pricing's done and where interest rates have gone, which we have no control over either one of those things, it just feels like we've gotten a lot further, from anyway. So if we were to grade it, in my mind, it's like, this is just an F the last like 3.5 years that I've been on the council trying to make progress towards this. I'd be very interested in just getting laser focused on, workforce housing, solutions for Provo. And I know there are some other cities that have had to subsidize significantly. Park City has a small program. I'd call it a small program, even though it's very expensive. For 20 or 30 units, to 20 or 30 homes is all that they can do, but they're millions of dollars, to try to help some workforce housing occur in their city. I don't know if that's realistic for Provo, but I guess I just love to look at, realistic solutions to how do we help with workforce housing, and knowing that we can't control the things we can't control, but how do we still try to tackle this?
Right. Yeah. I totally agree with you. And just for the Home Purchase Plus program, they do have they can do about 5 to 10 homes per year on that. And as far as kind of the council's power to do that, I know we can't force the market to do anything, but what the council's power is during the rezone process, obviously. And so, yeah, I don't really want to take too much more time to take away from Abby. She was the main researcher in this one. So if there's not any more questions on this, we'll turn the time over.
Okay, so next up is RDA and housing. So if you saw in the memo, there were some links to what Salt Lake is doing with their RDA and housing. Granted, Salt Lake's RDA budget it's a lot more than ours, just based on their property values and their real estate portfolio. But there are some tools that the RDA does have, and from the RDA board's discussion earlier today, talking about maybe getting more creative, talking more about these different types of tools. That's something that the RDA can look into and kind of research more, or have a work meeting talking about specifically how they can get involved in housing, what that looks like, financial structures. Salt Lake actually has a full kind of funding resolution where they set up different funds for different housing in different parts of the city based on RDA areas. And kind of some specific goals regarding housing and affordable housing, and what some minimums might be as far as AMIs and number of units and kind of the populations they're looking at. So that's something that the RDA board can look into further, and staff can also look into.
I've thought a bit about this, and we don't have any RDA housing things, but in light of what Dave Shipley said, I've thought one of the big things is that school board doesn't want to do RDAs for housing generally, right? Because it brings in a lot of housing. It hurts their numbers as far as students are coming in. And so it takes away from the money that they have to provide for those students, as opposed to something like Norda that's not going to bring in a lot of students. But I've wondered if we couldn't pick areas to do as an RDA housing and start with that, and do something like where we promise a certain percentage of the homes will be just for teachers that work in the Provo, or even employees of the Provo school district, that don't make beyond a certain amount or something. But I think if we get creative that way, especially if we do it in conjunction with something that the nonprofit arm of the Provo Housing Authority is doing, where they are doing affordable housing or a land trust or something, and we can give our support towards that with an RDA to get the extra bonus, and tie in the school board because I don't know legally how it works, Brian, but that we can do something where it is just for Provo City School employees, or I don't know. I think we need to get more creative with that and look into those options, because I can think of a couple blocks right now that we could do that in.
Yeah, that's definitely something we can look at. I remember going to the Utah Housing Conference last year. There were cities talking about how their housing authority, both at the county and city level, partnered with city RDAs to get housing projects. And then also you get federal funding, like you can just layer funding on top of funding. So that way you can subsidize units to reach certain AMIs and minimums for number of units as well. So
yeah, I think it'd be fantastic to layer, do more concentrated than trying to get it everywhere, right?
Exactly. Okay, I'm going to move on to the next item. Next is ADUs, and we have talked about this extensively, and you all know. And so I'm just going to say it's an identified strategy in the Moderate Income Housing Report and the general plan, both as goals. And so we put it on here. And just kind of as a reminder that we're coming to the work meeting on October 3rd for the 1-year follow-up for the ADU ordinance changes that we made last year. It's also been, we also bring it up just because the State Commission on Housing Affordability is meeting this year, and ADUs, they talked about them last year, but they're really talking about them this year in their past 2 meetings, talking about decreasing regulations and city powers to regulate them. And so it's just kind of on the mind of the council to kind of think about that, and you can listen in on those discussions or even attend. And going along with that, unless anyone really wants to talk about ADUs, we can move on. Next is talking about state policy and budget changes. So this is another opportunity that the council has to get involved in affordable housing policy at a wider scale at the state level, because a lot of state programs and state laws and regulations affect what we can do here. So here I have also in the appendix of the memo this chart, and then also we have linked 2 reports by the Kempsey Gardner Policy Institute, Housing Affordability Best Practices, and then also just a comparison and analysis of state-funded affordable housing programs, which this chart kind of summarizes those and just what they did. So these are just some of the laws here, and also kind of budget changes that relate to that. Staff would suggest that, if there's anything at the state level that the council would like to look at, that we have clear defined goals of what that would look like, and then kind of come up with a strategy for ways to talk to legislators and to get more involved. Obviously, we have the ULCT with Councilors McKay and Ellsworth are voting members, and all councilors are welcome to attend those. You have LPC, which is monthly during the interim and then weekly during the legislative session, where they do vote on positions for housing bills. They also just last year, they released a resolution on the league's position on short-term rentals. So sometimes they do policy resolutions like that, just as a blanket, kind of where the ULCT might stand on a certain housing topic. So that's a great way to get involved, but also the city can get involved. The council can get involved on its own. As I mentioned before, the Commission on Housing Affordability, of the state, they refer to it as CHA. So the CHA, they meet monthly and they are drafting policy, and they have fiscal asks and subcommittees this year. They have subcommittees on funding policy and data. They had an update on the housing inventory audit, just a quick plug, and they actually used Provo as an example of the data that they have so far, and it's looking good. So you can look that up if you want to. I can send that out. So this is just another route for the council to get involved. And then if we don't have any motions or discussion on this item, then we're going to go ahead and I'm going to turn the time over to Abby, who has done a lot of really great research on light deed restrictions and then community land trust. So turn it over to Abby.
Hello. So I would like to talk about the last 2 initiatives, which are light deed restrictions and community land trusts. And I hope that these next two initiatives will answer questions about how to house local workforce, because I think they do answer that. And so to start off with light deed restrictions, I'd like to add that this one specifically is in line with the city's general plan goals. And light deed restrictions are not your typical deed restrictions. They don't involve income caps. They don't involve household size caps or appreciation caps. So what it is that it involves the process of where a city compensates homeowners a percentage of their home in exchange for restricting who can occupy that home. And from my research, I've seen that the occupancy requirements include there has to be a primary owner living there, or it has to be a long-term renter. And that was usually around at least a 6-month lease. And the average compensation for these deed restrictions is between 10 and 20% of the home. And most of the time it doesn't exceed more than $200,000. So an example of this is actually here in Utah. It's the first one to happen. It's with Park City. And we know that Park City has experienced rapid increases in the housing costs due to its tourist-driven economy. And it has forced local residents to find housing elsewhere and then to commute to Park City for their jobs. And so to help mitigate this, Park City implemented its Live Park City Light Deed Restriction program. And this program compensates homebuyers 10 to 20% of their home in exchange that either the primary homeowner lives there or they rent it out to a long-term renter for at least 6 months. And the city didn't have to change anything in their code. They just adopted it as an enabling resolution to administer this program. And since they've just started this program, they used $1 million to fund this program. And those $1 million came from a sale of city property. And additionally, Park City anticipates buying 3 deed restrictions in the next few weeks. A more established program is in Colorado with,
Councillor Hanley.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry. Could I just ask a quick question about that? If you could go back to the previous slide. Yeah, so wait a minute, was that the one? Yeah, so 10 to 20% of their home with only $1 million in Park City, that sounds like 2 homes.
Yes, so they
that
only
very
have $1
few?
million. I don't think right now they're not expecting to compensate a lot of homeowners. I think they are just trying it out.
I see.
Like they're in the beginnings of it.
Okay.
Like they just launched this program like 6 months ago. I mean, it's been in the works for the last 2 years, but they officially got it going 6 months ago. And I will add that they want to continue funding these deed restrictions. And so Park City has a general fund that has money set aside for affordable housing, but the language in that code is a little restrictive. And so they're trying to work on redoing that language so that it's flexible so they can use that money for these deed restrictions. And so it's just in the process. Does that answer your question?
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
A follow-up question to that, if I might. We're saying that Park City writes a check for 10 to 20% of the home's fair market value,
Yes.
regardless of any offsetting mortgage debt, just the fair market value of the house.
Yes, I believe so.
And that's if I agree in perpetuity not to rent my house.
Sorry, could you repeat that?
So in exchange for the homeowner's commitment,
Mhm.
never to rent the house, is that it?
So the deed restriction isn't for perpetuity, and the primary homeowner has to live in the house, or they can rent it out to someone for a long-term period, and that would be a
Okay.
minimum of 6 months.
Okay, as opposed to ADUs or
As a-
short-term rentals?
Short-term rentals, yes.
So would that be, if I have absolutely no intention ever of doing any of those things, isn't that just a windfall to me? I apply to the program and I get $100,000 if I have $1 million home. And it's free money to me because I never was going to do that anyway. It doesn't make sense to me.
It does seem that way. I will say that in my next example, and I think with Park City, they're doing this program to help the local workforce. And so in the next example, it helps, I guess I should say that
in order to qualify for this deed restriction, you have to be a local resident and you have to work in that city to qualify. So it's not like anyone can just go to the city and be like, hey, I want you to give me X amount of money for my home as long as I live there. It's specifically to help those who are being outpriced out of the city who also work there.
So the ultimate objective of this program is to do what?
It's to allow people with low to moderate incomes to be able to afford homes.
So you have to meet an income qualification.
In some cases they do. With Park City, there's no income restriction.
So I could be a billionaire and still apply for the 10% check.
I mean, you could. I will say that with all of these examples, there is a housing committee and you have to fill out an application and they review your application to decide if they want to move forward with you in the deed restriction. And their whole mission and vision is to help people who cannot usually afford housing. I don't think they would give billionaires money to buy homes.
So it's a discretionary thing by this particular board.
Yes.
They get 100 applications and they have limited criteria and they just decide who gets it.
Yes.
Okay, Councillor Hoban.
Well, I was just going to say, I lived in a home that had I rented a home when we were in Iowa, had this type of light deed restriction, but it was structured different, Bill. Basically, it was if the homeowner stayed in the home for 5 years and kept it as their primary residence, they got a 20% paid down on their mortgage at the end of that time. So they had to now they ultimately didn't, they let us rent it, but then they just kept the utility. We didn't know this at the time, but they just kept the utilities in their name and they didn't actually live there. So they took advantage of the program. And then after 5 years, the local government paid off 20% of their mortgage. And then they sold the home and made 20% more profit basically for participating in this program. Now, obviously, enforcement would be important in a program like that. But in any case, I don't think they're all structured like this. I think a lot of them are structured like, we'll give you your 20% down payment and you don't have to pay us back, if you stay in it for 5 years, or like in this situation, it was, we'll pay off 20% of your mortgage in 5 years. So this one's kind of funky. It sounds funky, but I think there are other ways to structure these types of programs that are more advantageous for those who are trying to buy a home, who are lower income, et cetera.
So this could be structured to be a workforce limited.
Yeah, just think of the overall concept of like, you get something if you live in it, or if you, rent it long term or something like that.
But if you had a condition, it have to be policeman, fireman, or teacher, and then this money comes 100% out of the city coffers?
It depends how it's strategy. Okay, I'm thinking Provo did something like this, and it was stopped during the Curtis period. And Dixon might remember the particulars. He's nodding his head. It had a huge impact on downtown, and a lot of houses that were used as rentals did become home ownership. They were improved on because they would use the money for the improvements, and it had a dramatic difference. And they all had these deed restrictions. They could not be sold if they weren't homeowner occupied. They have all these. It's restricted in the deed, so you can't just sell it, and you're not allowed to rent it and such. But they were very effective.
Yeah.
So it's also structured in a way as to try to minimize absentee landlord problems that California.
Well, just renters. It's just it decentivizes investors. That's the main thing I would say, and it helps owner occupancy in helping them get the home in the beginning with a down payment and that. And Dixon, the money didn't come from the city necessarily. Wasn't there? Self-help homes was part of it. Some banks were part of it that allowed lower interest. Like it was a collaborative effort that was pushed by the council at the time. Dixon Homes is going to explain.
So most of it was block grant money.
It was what money?
Block grant, CBDG block grant, and it was a down payment assistance. Seems like it was forgivable if you stayed, like Travis was saying, stayed in the house for so long. You had to keep track of your receipts. They had to turn them in. It was a loan forgiveness. Wayne, maybe you remember also that, but I don't know if it still operates. It was part of the redevelopment agency at one time.
Two questions. Was it successful? And secondly, why was it terminated? What was the
It was mostly income qualified, mostly concentrated in the pioneer neighborhoods. And I don't know, just shift of priorities or just felt like it was concentrating too much assistance in one area and not benefiting more areas. So.
Yeah, I heard it was very successful at the time. I heard the realtors really didn't like it and they lobbied against it.
Because it eliminated the churn.
Mm-hmm. And it limited prices because it de-incentive, like more people would go for it. They'd have the assistance that they could get it, over an investor that.
Interesting.
I would like to add that the Park City one might seem a little funky, but not all deed restriction programs have to be modeled exactly after Park City. I have many examples of deed restriction programs in the Intermountain West that have slight variations between them. This is just an example of how Park City has done it. And Park City has actually modeled their program after other cities, including Vail, Colorado. Vail, Colorado has experienced similar things to Park City where it's very tourist driven. And so the local workforce are being driven out due to household price increases. And so with the Vail, Colorado program, it's called the Indeed program. They will compensate 15 to 20% of the property. And they want you to be the primary homeowner, and you need to also work at least 30 hours within the county. So that is another example. It basically de-incentivizes developers from coming in and purchasing property and just renting it out to short-term renters. It helps people be able to find housing as long-term residents. So in 2016, George Ruther, I've actually been in contact with him. He's the director of the Vail Department of Housing. He found that 90% of sales in Vail were to non-residents and they never reverted back to local ownership. And so this program was to help that and to actually help local residents have housing. So since 2017, Vail has obtained 1,027 deed restrictions, and they've surpassed their goal of 1,000 deed restrictions. And this has helped 386 households be able to afford housing.
Can you help me understand those numbers? If they
Yes.
put restrictions on 1,000 units, why?
So, yes. Wait, could you repeat your question real quick?
Yeah, just why would it only benefit 386 residents if there were 1,000 restrictions?
Yes. So I found a little bit of a discrepancy in what George told me and what I found on their website. So I think what happened is in total, Vail, Colorado has 1,027 total deed restrictions, not necessarily within the Indeed program, because so on the website, it says they have 1,027 deed restrictions. I thought that was under the Indeed program, but then his email to me said, I can just find it real quick. Sorry. Let's see the impact. Okay. So he said specifically under the Indeed program, they have acquired more than 175 deed restrictions. And this has secured housing for nearly 385 year-round seasonal residents living and working within the community. And I found that after this was all published, so I wasn't able to change it. Does that answer your question? Okay, so I apologize for that.
And Bill, I found here, it says the funds can be used for costs for purchases, appraisals, legal fees, filing fees, closing costs, and title insurance. So it's not just like, oh, I own a home, it's worth $1 million. I can get 20% because I agree to stay in it. No, it's for purchasing a home. Yeah, for purchasing a home. Yeah.
I can move on from this unless there's any other questions.
I had another thought.
Yeah.
My memory too about the Provo deed restrictions is that they were required to be sold to keep how the equity worked in the home also had to be sold to someone who's going to be owner occupied. I believe there was a restriction there of some kind, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I guess I'm not yet persuaded that, I mean, Vale and Park City are, ski towns that have very unique problems that we don't have. We have our own set of problems, but I'm still not sure that if we already have other programs that are helping middle and lower income housing opportunities for the city, that this kind of a commitment is necessary for our city. I mean, I'm open-minded about it. I'm willing to continue to learn about it, but it seems like in my mind, it gets really hard really quickly to do it fairly. I was going to use the word equitably, but I know that's a bad word. Joking around. But it seems to me that we, because then you'd say, well, are you doing it for this neighborhood or that neighborhood? Are you going to do it for teachers, but not police officers? If you're going to do it for all of the above, how in the world would we ever afford it? It just seems like it starts to get very difficult very quickly.
Yeah, I understand that. And I understand that Park City and Vail, Colorado are different cities than Provo, but it's not just them. There's other cities in the Intermountain West that I've referenced in my memo that are doing this. And I will say that, and I totally understand your concern. And I also question how we can do this fairly for everyone. And if we wanted to move forward with this research, I could reach out to the contacts that I have in Vail, Colorado, Summit County, Colorado, and Park City to see exactly how they are reviewing applicants and how are they making it fair for as many people as possible.
Yeah, I guess I would say I'm more inclined to learn from how deed restrictions are working in cities that are more comparable to Provo rather than the ski towns. Because I just know enough about Park City. I don't know much about Vail, but I know enough about Park City to understand why they have to do something like this, or they can't even get the people working in the restaurants that are supposed to be, or in the hotels and so on. So, but that's a very different problem than what we've got. So,
right. I would agree with that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
I can move forward with community land trusts. So this is more with affordable housing for low income families. So it's a self-sustaining model where either a nonprofit or a city or a partnership between nonprofits, private companies, and cities, they purchase a piece of land. And then people who are interested in owning a home are able to buy a home on this particular piece of land. And in a lot of cases, it can cut the price of that home in half. And so it can also be built or developed near transit-oriented development. And so that can accommodate parking requirements and also provide individuals access to transportation.
Councillor Whipple.
So I'm curious how this would work with property taxes.
I don't know the answer right now, but I could look into that.
Yeah, that would be helpful because if you've got the land and the improvement as separate assets, then it would be useful to know how that's taxed.
Okay, I would be happy to research and look into that and provide you with that answer.
I love community land trusts. And I know that, again, the nonprofit arm of Provo Housing Authority is working on this. And I know that quite often in doing these kinds of things, sometimes they need our help. They may need our help with zoning or different things. But I do think us partnering with them on these sort of projects, and I know we have in the past as far as giving them land or help that way. And I love that connection. And I don't know if there's a need or a way, but like, I think us showing our support for that and helping them that they can keep doing it is really helpful. And I think this is something Community Land Trust could go in with the RDA and do an RDA district with a community land trust with, again, layering these things to make, do include workforce housing. I think that is our best option.
Yeah, I agree with that. And just some statistics, the National League of Cities found that people within community land trusts who own a home, they actually acquire $14,000 in equity after they sell their home. And homeowners are 10 times less likely to foreclose their homes on community land trusts. And community land trusts have happened all across the United States, from California to New York. A really prime example of this is in Irvine, California. They developed their community land trust in 2006. And since then, they have provided 407 affordable housing units for low-income households. And I think with Irvine, they do have an income cap. And so they specifically provide for people who earn less than 80% of the area media income. And specifically with Irvine, they have the missing middle. They have single-family homes with also duplexes, fourplexes, up to apartment buildings. And so they are providing a lot of variety of housing options for people, and it helps people be able to afford those types of houses. And actually since 2022, 68 moderate income families have been able to purchase their first home because of this model. And I actually found later in my research that we actually do have a community land trust in Utah. It's in Park City. It's called the Mountain Lands Community Housing Trust. And they provide housing for people who make less than 80% of the annual median income. You have to work in Park City to be able to live in this community land trust. You have to be the owner and live in that home. And again, there is an income cap. So there's an example in Utah as well.
Yeah, and there is one here in Provo with
okay.
the Provo Housing Authority. What's that other arm called of the Provo Utah Regional Housing? Now, they don't have any rules as far as where you work.
Okay.
Their only rules are the median income, like where your income is and your qualification there. But that's something that even if we partnered with them on something where we could say, hey, you have to work in Utah or Provo, not Utah.
Catrice, I think that one is called the Utah Community Land Trust. That's the one that's the nonprofit with Provo Housing Authority.
But it's under the name that you said, the Regional Housing Authority. Yeah. Yeah. So I don't know how but they are. The Utah Housing, what's the name? Utah Regional Housing has the board that makes the decisions based on this. And that is what Provo City has given land to them to do some of these land trust projects.
Okay.
And I think they're in the midst of one right now.
Okay. Yeah, I think overall with community land trusts or deed restrictions, if Provo were to move forward with either of these options, there are ways to accommodate Provo's needs. I don't think we have to do exactly what one city has done. We can do what works best for us. And with that, that is all of our presentation. I'm happy to take any other questions or comments.
Councilor Hoban.
Maybe I'm jumping the gun, but I think, so I don't want to reinvent the wheel, kind of what George is saying, like there's a lot of programs out there. And I wonder if maybe our residents are really taking advantage of them. And I wonder if maybe as a council, we're really taking advantage of the tools we have.
Mm-hmm.
So I almost wonder, rather than like deciding we're going to allocate millions of dollars to some program like Park City did because they had extra money from the sale of a property or something. Well, that's not sustainable either way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how are you going to fund that in upcoming years? You know, I almost wonder if maybe I make a motion, something along the lines of direct staff to explore how the RDA can be used to take advantage of existing or work with existing programs that are already in place to help accomplish more or use those tools already in place. I don't know exactly how I'd make this motion, but I think we've been talking about RDA. Well, let's figure out maybe RDA can help us in some of these other areas and some of these other programs.
Yeah.
Are there things we can use or do, or tools we have in place already? RDA specifically, I guess.
Yeah.
I don't know. How do I phrase this? Is anybody else interested?
I'm for sure interested.
I'll make a comment, I guess. I don't feel inclined to make a motion at this point. I mean, I like the community land trust idea the best. But since we have a functioning relationship with the Provo City Housing Authority and the URH, it seems to me that if maybe a future discussion would be for the RDA to determine what neighborhoods, what demographics we feel need the biggest help through the community land trust, so that we're a little more targeted. Because I think in the past, we just sort of responded when the Provo City Housing Authority came up with an idea and brought it to us. But if we were a little more proactive in determining, certain neighborhoods need more revitalization, we'd like to see a more diverse housing offering available in these neighborhoods or through this property, and we're interested in investing in those, then that makes a lot of sense to me. But I don't at this point, I guess maybe a next step would be for us to evaluate areas of the city that we think are candidates for that kind of action. Having said that, if you feel like there's more information that I'm missing on the light deed idea, from comparable cities like Provo, I'm still open to those. I just felt much more inclined to go with the land trust idea, because that's one that we've already used and I think is more suited to us. And plus we have those other 26 goals that we still hopefully can make work for us.
So George, I think staff is looking for some sort of motion as far as what we want them to do. So I'm comfortable rescinding my motion, but I think they do want some sort of motion of like directing staff to do XYZ. Brian has been trying to get us to use motions more. So
Okay, a couple notes on that. Number one, community land trusts do have deed restrictions on them because of the land, right? So they are connected to keep home ownership and you can't sell it. There's all these rules because you don't own the land. Number two, I wonder if a next step could be, number one, we need to meet as RDA and talk about housing ones, which we've never done, at least while I've been on the council. Number two, what if we did hear from our Provo Land Trust people to see where they're at? What could we do to help them? What do they see as a gap that's there maybe, so that we get more information that way? Because even I'm on the Provo Housing Authority board, but that's even separate than that nonprofit arm. So I don't even know everything they talk about.
I would make that motion then. I would move that we establish a conversation with the Provo City Housing Authority and the Utah Regional Housing people to see if we can be more strategic about helping them identify areas within the city of Provo for community land trust.
So that would be a work meeting, correct? Yeah.
That would be my motion.
It would be your motion. Are you going to definitively make that as a motion?
That is my motion.
I will second that motion.
All right.
So my discussion on the motion, by the way, I rescinded my motion.
I don't think you actually really made yours. You said you were inclined.
Well, no, but nobody backed it up. So,
But-
oh yeah. Okay. Well, either way, if there's any question, I think what I was trying to get at was more so than saying definitively, like, let's explore community land trusts. Like, I want to know, what should we be looking at more so? Like, because is it a land deed? Is it a light deed? Is it a community land trust? Is it just like rezoning some things, using RDA? I don't know. I was saying more so, I want to know what staff might recommend as far as what we should explore, as opposed to just jumping in and saying, let's explore community land trust. I'm not opposed to exploring community land trust, don't get me wrong, but that's kind of where I was going, was like, do we know yet what would be most effective for Provo? That's all.
Shipley, do you have yep. Councilor Shipley.
Yeah, I think I'd support the motion. I don't mind us looking more into land trusts, but to Councilor Hoban's point, if it takes $100,000 in income to buy an average home in Provo right now at the average interest rate that we're at, then I don't know that helping somebody get into the home, paying some of the down payment or paying some of the fees to get into that house, is actually doing any service to someone making $60,000 or $70,000 a year. So maybe we need to back up and say, if somebody who works in Provo is going to afford a $500,000 home, which is just an average home in Provo, is there even any realistic approach to trying to help that process happen? If there is, maybe it goes beyond any of the discussion that we've had today. and maybe there's not a realistic approach. And if there's not, then we're just, then we need to promote all the stuff we're already promoting, but not, I don't know. They're just, again, I'm trying to think in like all these programs and an opportunity sound nice until you just say, look, if I got to make $100,000 to afford a $500,000 home, then we got to bridge that gap for somebody, or we're not doing enough to really make that work. And so we're not making enough progress.
I would like to respond to that if that's
Sure.
okay. I definitely understand that there could be a gap if someone wants to buy a $500 home, but they only make $60,000. I will say that with the light deed restriction programs, those are more for moderate income families where maybe a home is just slightly out of reach, and that additional payment from the city would help them. And also with like community land trusts, I think that's more for low income households. I think if an organization owns the land and the person just needs to buy the home, it can cut the price of the home significantly and maybe help those people who are lower income still be able to hold on to that home long term.
I do know, Dave, that the ones we've done in Provo, the houses are like 200 and something. That's what they sell them for, these townhomes. We did like 7 townhomes, something like that. And they were all in the 200s, which is amazing.
Is that because there was no land included?
Yeah.
So it was just on the personnel. So you could qualify easier.
Right. The idea is, I think what we're talking about is the difference between focusing on helping someone with a certain income buy a house of a certain price. Instead, we're talking about getting house prices down or varied enough so that people of different income levels can afford to live in Provo. That's my preferred. And I think the community land trust is better suited for the latter.
Again, I'm supportive of it. I was just saying my approach is more like start broad and then we narrow down, and you kind of jumped right to it. Again, nothing wrong with that. At least you're making a decision, decisive about what you want to look at.
You asked.
So I'll vote yes on it if that's where we go. I'm not opposed to it.
Right. We do have a motion we need to vote on.
Yes, and I would say that coordinating with the housing authority and the other thing, learning that information does not exclude us from getting the additional information on the other options. I expect that after October 3rd, we will be having another discussion about ADUs, right? So this is not the only path right now.
And maybe, do we need to formalize the idea that I would like us to hear more about like zoning policy that could potentially help with, Michael alluded to the fact that, one of the fixes, and I don't mean to put words in your mouth. So if you need to clarify this, but it seems like you said something like zoning policy could help with this, right? Looking at different creative ways to, for smaller lot sizes and things like that. And this is something that, again, in 3.5 years we allude to, but I don't feel like I've ever seen something really focused on trying to help zoning policy help with housing affordability. What I've seen us focus on is I react to a project where a developer says, hey, I'm going to build some condos, and I think they're going to be 250,000. And then 2 years later, they're built and they're 500,000. So we didn't get what we thought we were going to get from that proposal.
Right. So with the possibility of the zoning update, it's still kind of in its embryo phases right now. But as we come to you, and we will be coming to present kind of our scope of work ideas to you guys for in August, and just it will basically include kind of everything that we see that needs to be included in there to simplify the zoning code. But as it will likely be a comprehensive zoning update, then that will be the chance for the council by motion to be able to ask the consultant to identify any ideas such as smaller lot sizes or any other creative ideas that could help with this affordability issue.
Thanks, Michael.
Can I make one other comment, Chair McKay? Sometimes we get into these discussions about affordable housing. It's almost like there's this unspoken presumption that we have a duty to provide housing for anyone who wants to live in Provo. We have neither a duty to do that nor the capacity to do that. In fact, as we multiply more and more people, it puts more and more stress on city services. What I'd really like to see us do is, in all your work, narrow your focus. Let the focus be on workforce housing. We're trying to get moderate housing for people who work in Provo, want to live in Provo, teachers, firemen, et cetera, as opposed to just trying to make housing plentiful to anyone who wants to live here. I don't think we can possibly do that.
Is he amending the motion?
Well, and in reality, we have a large percentage of affordable housing.
So are you amending the motion to say you want to explore that, but you want the focus to be on workforce housing?
I guess I am, yeah. I don't know that majority wants to so focus on that, but it seems like in the course of our discussion today, the major impetus seems to be to accommodate workforce housing for our people here in the city.
Can I make a clarification on my intention anyway? I think I wasn't going that far down the road. I just am simply making the motion that we have the conversation with the people who are over the land trust to find out what kinds of issues, areas of the city, opportunities there are. And then I think we can have that discussion about what we think our priorities are. I think I agree that we're concerned about workforce housing, but affordable housing for the poorest among us is also something that continually comes around as a pain point for our city and every other city. So I'm not averse to having that conversation either, but my motion was not intended to preclude or exclude any of those categories at this point. I just want to look at that tool in particular, and then I think we could. So I guess I'm saying I don't think there's any need to amend my motion unless Mr.
Brian
Fillmore
has a
wants
comment.
to, of course. I wasn't trying to be specific.
Go ahead, Brian.
Well, I just had a thought as we were thinking through this that I wanted to make this comment, as in our ongoing motions training. In this kind of discussion, in this kind of agenda item, I just want to make it clear that there is not any need whatsoever for there to only be one motion, right? We don't have to wrap this up into one nice motion where everything that everybody wants is included in one motion. Somebody could say, I make a motion that we have a meeting with so-and-so. That passes. Somebody else could say, I make a motion that we hear more about this proposal, this option that you mentioned. That could pass. Somebody else could say, I make a motion that whenever you talk to us about this in the future, you really focus on this topic. All of those could pass, and there's no need to try to wrap up one motion that includes all of them.
Thanks, Brian. Well, let's start with this George's motion, and Councillor Whipple seconded it. So we'll take a vote on that. Councillor Ellsworth is excused. Councillor Fillmore.
Oh, yes.
Councillor McKay, yes. Councillor Shipley.
Yes.
Councillor Whipple.
Yes.
Councillor Hoban.
Yes.
And Councillor Handley.
Yes.
Now, Bill, would you like to make a motion?
I don't know if I'm inclined to make it a formal motion or not. It's to just sensitize our staff to a primary priority for me. I think some others on the council really focus. I mean, granted, we, as George indicates, we have sensitivity towards not just moderate income people, but poor people as well. I'm just saying as a practical matter, our resources, our land, our money is limited. And we ought to focus on a program that does the most good for the city. And that doesn't mean trying to be a magnet for anybody who wants to live here. It means helping the city function better, which means housing for police officers and teachers and firemen and so on that we want here and want to help them. So let me just treat that as an editorial, not a motion. We'll address it later.
Thank you, Bill. All right. Anything else, or can we move on? We are significantly behind.
Okay, just so from this discussion, we just have one motion, and that is to bring back the Provo Housing Authority to talk about community land trusts.
Yeah, and it will be their nonprofit arm.
Okay.
The Utah Regional Housing.
So anything else related to housing, I'm just going to say this. Anything else that we just go through the council issue tracker now as a new request out of this specific discussion, because there were no further motions.
Well, you're still working on other things like the short-term rentals and things, right?
Yeah, so those are
And
still
homeowners.
yeah, from the
occupancy,
original
Yeah.
the original survey, those are still, but those are secondary then to this motion.
Counselor Shipley looks ready to speak.
I mean, it was the same question, like, yeah, nothing's coming out of this, but we've got commitment to see ADUs again. We've gotten commitments to see zoning again. There's all kinds of break off
Yes.
discussions. Yeah.
Indeed. All right. Thank you. Counselor Whipple.
I was just going to ask if I need to do a motion to get information on the tax implication for those things, or if that will be covered in the discussion that we have.
I'm sure that'll be covered in the community land trust, and they will know that since they already do them.
All right, there's direction without an official motion on there. Thank you.
All right, we're going to go on to a presentation regarding the general operations and library property tax rates. And this will be presented by Kelsey. And Kelsey, feel free to do this in 5 minutes.
Okay, I can do that for sure. And I'll wait for the No, you're good. Really, this is just an overview of how property tax works. I'm sure all of you are pretty aware, and I sent some of the information to the council staff on Thursday, but I've updated some slides that you could potentially use as a resource if you wanted to help to explain residents how property tax works. You don't have to go into all of them in detail, but really, this will hopefully equip you to be able to answer residents' questions if they're ever wondering, why is my property tax bill increased? There's kind of two reasons why that would happen. We'll just go through right here. Just a reminder, you've probably seen this before, but there are different taxing entities that a homeowner in Provo is paying property tax to. On this particular table, Provo City's portions of that property tax are in the orange colors. And so you can see that Provo's portion is a little over $400 out of the entire property tax bill, or 17% of that total. And so any one of these entities or parts of an entity could increase their property tax rate. The school district has increased property tax rates before, which affects that total, but that doesn't necessarily mean Provo or the library are getting any benefit from that at all. And so it's just a reminder that that can fluctuate and affect people's overall bills. This is an example I found. It's a county in Washington that produced this, but I like their example a lot. So instead of district budget, we're going to call that city property tax revenue budget, but this illustrates kind of how the valuation affects people's property tax bills. So if you look at year one in this example, the city is wanting to collect $1,000 in property tax revenue. And in that city, there are 4 homes. That's it. Okay, makes it simple. So the county assessor goes out, does the valuation, and determines that each of the homes is worth $500,000. And so if you total up each of those $500,000 amounts for the 4 homes, you get a total valuation citywide of $2 million. You take the city tax revenue budget of $1,000, you divide that by the total valuation, and that's how you get your property tax rate. Then you take the property tax rate and you multiply each of the home values by that rate to figure out how much they're going to be paying in property tax. That makes sense for that year one. Then you move to year two. The city is still saying we're only going to collect $1,000 in property tax revenue. The county goes out, does the assessment, and has found each of the homes is now worth $600,000. You use the same methodology. You determine that the total value for the whole city is increased to $2.4 million. But because the city only wants to collect the $1,000 it did before, your rate actually lowers because 1,000 divided by 2.4 is going to be lower than what you saw the previous year. Use that tax rate and multiply each of the values of the homes by the tax rate, and you get the same exact amount that you paid the year before, even though the value of your property increased.
Okay, so Kelsey, to relate this to Provo citizens.
Yes.
Last year, there was a lot of complaints about the home values going up so much.
Right.
Now, even though those home values went up so much, if the school board and everyone else had not done a truth in taxation, they would have paid the same amount they paid the year before.
In theory, but we'll get onto this other example in year 3, where that might be a little different. In this case, in year 3, the city or the taxing entities, if you want to think of everyone just charging the same amount or wanting to get the same amount in property taxes. So you have $1,000, and then the county goes out and does their assessment and thinks, oh, actually, this house is worth less. 3 of the houses are worth less than the year before. we had $600,000 across the board previously. Now only one house is valued at that amount, but you still have the total revenue amount that you need to collect. And so because the first two homes have a lower valuation proportionate to the rest of the city, they're paying less, but the other two homes are paying more, even though the city is still collecting the same revenue amount. Does that kind of make sense there?
Totally. That's perfect. Thank you.
And that's kind of a reverse example of maybe what you were asking, but it could go the other way too. So it's all in relation to what other homes and properties are being valued at across the city. The final example here is just saying, okay, the city has decided it's probably time we increase our property tax revenue. So this says 2%, it's 20%. We want to go from $1,000 to $1,200. And so the county does their assessment. Each home's valued at $500,000, which gives you that total valuation of $2 million. But now your rate is it's because your revenue has increased that you want to collect. The amount that you need to collect from the citizens has also increased. And so that's kind of going back to the example just over here. When someone decides to raise property tax, that's what you're going to see in this year 4. Everyone's going to be paying more. So hopefully that kind of gives you an idea or something to equip residents with if they need explanations on how the valuation process works. Any questions about this? Yeah.
Well, maybe it's more of an editorial than a question, but I guess I would like your perspective on this. It's not universally the case in every state that truth in taxation is required when a municipality wants to increase in order to keep pace with inflation. Correct?
That's my understanding.
Yeah.
And Utah does require the truth in taxation, right?
I mean, I guess that's also something to keep in mind for the public is that, I don't want to get into the ideological differences of how people might perceive that, but I think what's a little frustrating is that because that law requires that act, which I don't mind because it means we're being transparent about what we're doing, which I think is the spirit of it. But it sort of ends up equating all inflationary adjustments as tax increases, as if we were constantly taking more money from individuals without taking into account the rising costs of our in some cases, fixed budgets. So school districts and cities, right, have to pay for their teachers and their police officers and so on. And when you each year you're losing ground because of the increased cost of living, if we don't make those adjustments, then we're actually unable to provide the same level of services that we were in the past. Am I describing that accurately?
Yes, that's right. And you can actually, this is a 5-year overview of Provo's general operations. So this is general fund. Provo, again, 3 different portions of property tax. You have general fund, library, and then Dan Follett is going to talk to you about debt. But this is just for the general fund. And what happens over here is, like, you can see kind of color coded, like the orange cell on the top row. That's like the ending revenue that the city received in that first year. But then that's the basis for figuring out your property tax revenue for the next year. The only reason why property tax revenue is going to increase for a city is because of growth. When the county does their valuations, they look at the city as a whole, and then they subtract out the growth valuation amounts when they calculate the property tax rate. And then they figure out the rate, and then they multiply the rate by the value of the growth to get that, like, the new growth revenue column. So really, if you look over the past 5 years, the main reason why property taxes increased is because of growth, and it's not because Provo City has had an increase of revenue. The only exception is last year when the council opted to do a 2.9% revenue increase, and that's line 4. You can kind of see the impact it had there.
So, and if I could ask again for your perspective, in theory, then even though the budget is increasing because of growth, the actual spending power of the city could be going down.
Right, because I mean, the growth is going to have other costs associated with it. You need to provide fire services and police officers to manage those growth areas as well.
Yeah, it's a more cynical take on it than I prefer, but I've heard it described as a Ponzi scheme, right? That the cities want growth and we invite growth, but we can't afford the growth that we've invited because the infrastructure to that growth is extraordinary and the maintenance is extraordinarily expensive. Anyway, that's it. I don't like that term because it's a little too cynical, but I do think it's important that people understand that this is not. It's not actually inherently sustainable because the city's power to provide it can go down over time if you're growing, but you're not able to recapture some revenue to take care of the city the way everyone wants.
Right. And this involves the mill rate, which we are having a discussion about too today. So, all right. Anything else?
The only other thing is this is just the 5-year overview of the library, and really, again, growth is the only reason its revenue has increased the past 5 years with no property tax adjustments from the city. So
okay,
that's it from me.
Okay, we're going to go on to the next thing. Thank you, Kelsey. Now presentation rates and payment schedules of Provo's general obligation bonds.
So do I push a button here or what do I do to get to the, there we go. Thank you very much. Thank you, council. I'll go through this as quickly as possible. I'll focus on the 2023 column. This is dealing with general obligation bonds. GO bonds are approved by the voters. That's one of the unique characteristics of them. At this point in time, the city has 2 outstanding general obligation bonds. The first one is the Recreation Center general obligation bond. That bond was actually refinanced in 2017. We did an advanced refunding. It saved the taxpayers about a little over $2.6 million and lowered the overall interest rate to 2.32% for the remainder of the bond. The second bond that we have outstanding is the City Hall general obligation bond, and it's at an interest rate of 3.03%. The first bond that I mentioned, the Rec Center bond, the final payment on that is January 1 of 2032. And the final payment on the City Hall general obligation bond is February 1st, 2039. So in terms of the calculation that we go through each year to determine the rate, we're only allowed to collect what the debt service requirements are for the bond in any given year. And so for 2023, you can see the total of both the bonds. The total principal and interest is $7,686,456. I would also mention that when we issue these bonds, we do it with what's known as level amortization, meaning if you compare it to like a 30-year fixed rate mortgage, the combination of your principal and interest each month stays the same or flat throughout the term of the mortgage. There's about a $3,000 to $5,000 movement from year to year in it, but that's it, and that's not noticeable in the rate. And then what we do is we take that total debt service of $7,686,000 and we divide it by the total assessed valuation for the city of Provo. So for 2023, that total assessed valuation is $9,496,000,000. And that calculation gives us an overall rate of 0.000809. And then for individual taxpayers, if they want to apply it to their own individual assessed valuation, assuming that it's a residential property and they are eligible for the primary residential exemption of 45%, if we take the average residential property valuation in Provo of $453,000, we subtract the 45%, $203,000. It gives us a net amount of $249,000. And then we apply that to the rate that we calculated above, the 0.000809, and that would total $202. And then just a breakout of that $202, you can see below that 77 relates to the rec center and 124 relates to City Hall.
And what about nonprofit entities? None of it's included on that. Like the price of the $9 billion is just, it excludes the nonprofit entities?
Yeah, it would exclude. That's just the taxable assessed valuation. So you're right. Yeah, it would exclude governmental entities and nonprofits that are not included in that.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan. Any questions for Dan? We just kind of wanted you to understand this in regards to increasing taxes and when things are going to drop off. Okay, thank you. All right. Next, a presentation regarding 2024 supplemental budget requests, and this will be presented by Malia.
Okay, so this discussion we were going to have in our budget work meeting last week, just about all that supplemental requests that were submitted this year for the budget process. This includes those that were included, excluded, and then also kind of their ranking as far as critical, necessary, or aspirational. We also have the submitted, prioritized, unincluded supplemental requests from the administration. Leadership asked them to come with a prioritized list of the ones that they didn't include. And so kind of like what they would want to include next if they had more funding to do so. Oh, can you click on the, thank you. Okay, so there are 63 requests. So in total, with the fund and general fund, these are included and not included. There was $5.2 million in requests made to the budget. And so the majority of those were critical or necessary. The base majority is just necessary requests, and then 25 critical, and then just 4 aspirational. So the funded supplementals, so funded right now in the budget, there's 1 million. And this, I will put a caveat on this. This has not been reviewed based on the tentative budget amendments. So if there were changes those to the supplementals, these might be a little off, but it won't be a ton. So general fund $1 million, and then other fund $500,000. And all of those included supplementals this year are ongoing. So they'll appear next year as well in the budget. So then the unfunded, it's just the difference between those. So these are the funded, just kind of a simpler breakdown. We did send out the more detailed supplemental Excel sheet to the council that has a lot more information on it, but this is just the simple breakdown. It's also included in a memo for the public to view online. It also includes FTE. So again, these are all ongoing. So 17 ongoing, just adding 9 FTEs ongoing with 1 million out of the general fund. And so you can see there, most of them are critical, some are necessary. And then you can also see the departments that those came from.
Thanks, Malia.
Yeah. And then this is just, I'm not going to go through all of these, but this is just for public. So this is just kind of breaking down the rest of the requests that weren't funded and were funded. And then, Michael, if you could pull up the prioritized list from the administration. So this is the list of unfunded supplementals prioritized by the administration. So these are the ones they would want to include next in the budget if they could.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Any questions for Malia? All right. Guess that's it. I do need to apologize to George. I was wrong, Kelsey. You were having that mill rate discussion when you had that. That was it. We just never used that word. So I'm glad that George brought up the fact that we are losing value every year. Even sometimes if we do a truth in taxation, because we're not reaching, we've lost so many years in the past of that mill rate, and it's so low. Okay. Sorry about that, George and Kelsey. Okay. A presentation on the 2024 tentative budget and council priorities by Justin Harrison.
All right. Good afternoon, council. We went through these priorities a few meetings back. I don't want to belabor this anymore. I know it's been sent out a number of times, but really just wanted the chance for you all to review what your council priorities were that were discussed at the beginning of the year and how they've been kind of winnowed down through the months. I will say, talking with the administration, they went to great lengths to really try to fund a number of the council's priorities in each of these categories. Before I run through this, are there any specific categories that the council is interested in looking at? They're broken down. Much of this comes from what Malia just went through in a little more detail of supplemental requests in these certain categories, what was funded and unfunded. But I don't want to take any additional time. I know we're behind. Are there any specific categories that you're interested in looking at?
Counselor Whipple.
We're only 4 minutes behind now, so you're
Oh,
good.
perfect.
Don't worry about that. So one thing that I noticed, if you go down to 11 on sidewalk repair and replacement, he said that it's partially funded because they continued with their standard funding of $500,000. I don't know that we should call that partially funded because that doesn't do anything to address the deficit in repair that's building up, which was my intent in bringing it up.
Sure, and I think that discussion that we had 2 weeks ago with Public Works, going over that sidewalk study, kind of emphasized this a little more on the number of years that it will realistically take in order to get us to or through all of these repair projects. So I know that was a council priority. There is just the standard $500,000 budget set aside for sidewalk replacement. But that is it at this point.
And one thing that's not on here, but that has apparently arisen as a possible council priority since these original discussions was the Carterville path that's behind the Walmart. And that's not on there, but I think that's probably worth including as we talk about other things that we want to try to find money for.
Yep. So it's actually on
Oh, there it
row
is.
11. Yep. In the last FY24.
Yeah.
So it's there. It is a small number in comparison to some of the others. $70,000 is a lot of money. I will not say it isn't, but in comparison to a lot of these projects, it is rather small. So.
Thank you. Any other questions for Justin? All right, thank you so much. Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Whipple has another question.
Back to me. So we have all of these priorities that are unfunded. They don't fit into the balanced budget that we've been working with. So what do? Do we just give up and say we don't get to do any of these things? We don't get to build the path. We don't get the police officer because we're looking at doing truth in taxation, but that doesn't patch the streets or anything like that. So are there other options that we should be looking at for funding these? Maybe not this year, but in the future, because we can talk about these and try to raise them as priorities for the administration so that they'll include them in their next year's budget. But perhaps we need to be more aggressive about looking for funding ourselves.
Sure. So a number of options, and I won't promote any of these, but as a council, you are the deciding factor in the budget. So you have the authority to make changes. We're getting late in the process, but it's always still a possibility. At the last work meeting, the council did vote to put in a rate to go to truth and taxation for the library. This next item we'll have a discussion about general operations. So there's still additional time for those conversations. I'd say we're getting late, but ultimately the council is, that is the duty of the council. You have budgetary authority to pass a balanced budget for the city. You've been presented with something from the administration, but ultimately you have the full authority to make changes. Now, looking forward, I think there are conversations that can be had earlier with the administration to let them know what those priorities are and to see if there are new ways or just different ways to fund some of these priority projects. And some of them might be, not all at once. If sidewalk funding is a priority? Is it, gradually increasing that $500,000 budget that has been around for years for sidewalk replacement? That could be one option. Is it looking to go to the voters for GO bonds for infrastructure? If that's the will of the council, it's a possibility. Is it looking into working with specific neighborhoods on special improvement districts for sidewalks in their areas? Also an option. I think there are a number of options. It's just what is the priority for the council? And I think for some of these bigger projects, it's kind of twofold, looking at what is the goal and what is achievable in the next fiscal year budget. So in 1 year, and then what are the longer term priorities that may be more of CIP type priorities for the council. Things that can't be achieved in 1 year. A park realistically is not going to be funded and completed in a year. It's millions of dollars. It's years of planning. It's a lot of community involvement in meetings, but are there incremental steps? And is that, a longer term goal? It absolutely can be. I will caveat that with, it is difficult to make those planning decisions with a body of 7 who at times change. So what the priorities may be this year might be different when we have a number of new council members in the next year. But that's not to say that it's not a worthwhile process to go through and look at what are the council's long-term goals. But then in this upcoming FY25 budget cycle, when we start looking at priorities, really looking at what is achievable in that fiscal year, as opposed to some of the more long-term projects.
Counselor Handley.
Just one comment about sidewalk repair and replacement. Yeah, I mean, I've heard of other cities, this is almost exhibit A of something that's unsustainable. You build out a city and then you have to sustain and maintain and repair sidewalks, and there's nowhere in the city budget that naturally takes care of that. So it is something we have to put money aside for. And even if you increase the annual funding for that to $700,000, it would, we're $6 million behind. So I think maybe that's a conversation for the future to consider what would be the best option for tackling that particular problem. Because, as much as I'd like to see that increased right now, I don't, a modest increase is not going to really solve the problems. I mean, I'm just looking at that list, and those are the ones that happen to be on the list and have the good fortune of being there. It's, several $1 million right there. So we're not gonna take care of any of those projects any sooner than they're mapped out. Anyway, no, that's a despairing comment in a way. I mean, I'm just saying, I think if we want to solve that particular problem, I do think we have to look at other funding options.
Counselor Whipple.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. We have to dedicate a certain amount of funding to street repair every year, and we get the B&C roads money and things for that. And perhaps we need to look at allocating a portion of that, a percentage of it, to always go toward the sidewalk repair, because those are as much avenues of traffic through our city as are the roads. So looking at how the money is allocated in the budget is an important thing. And this is a slow process. I was talking about sidewalks last year and not a thing happened, but because we talked about that, we were able to get this study and get the information this year. So I'm really grateful for the city for working with us and recognizing that this is an issue, getting the information so that all of us will be able to make good decisions going forward. And it's not just sidewalks. They've been wonderful about giving us information for all of these things as they've presented their department things and as we've asked for clarification. I feel like we need to have, as a council, a better idea of what tools we can use as the holders of the purse strings to make sure our priorities are realized, instead of only voicing it as something that we hope the administration puts in their budget and then we approve their budget. I think that we have a responsibility as elected officials to be more proactive about doing that. Recognizing that in the city administration, they spend countless hours getting this budget together and making sure all of the parts fit so that it's balanced. So I can't just blow in there and rearrange it and get something that's feasible. But I think we need a stronger role.
Thanks, Rachel. Anyone else? All right. Thank you, Justin. I guess you're staying for the next one anyway. Okay, a discussion regarding property tax. Justin Harrison, our Council Executive Director.
All right. So a few weeks ago, we went through the slide deck. We went through it briefly again in our budget work meeting last week. Happy to go through some of the slides again if the council would like to, or if it would be helpful to the public. You let me know.
Bill wasn't here last time. Do you want to go through these, Bill? Okay, you're
Okay.
good.
Perfect.
Can we just get the quick update on the CUWCD portion?
Yes. So one of the asks to come back with was with the Conservancy District, Central Utah Water Conservancy District, and what their proposed rate increase was going to be. So actually statutorily, they are capped at a rate of 0.0004. They went to that cap last year. However, because valuations dropped, and like the exercise we just went through with Mrs. Arbach, we saw that the mill rate has changed. And so their certified tax rate is now 0.000387. But they are proposing to go back up to that cap of 0.000 or 0.0004. So they will be at the same rate as last year, but are required to still go through truth and taxation, but they will actually be bringing in less money. So good luck to them.
So just to clarify, they had raised it last year to get to their highest level. And then based on the change in valuations, the rate went down. So they're saying, let's bump it back up to that level. And even doing that, they will get less money.
Correct.
Thank you.
So CUWCD taxes are going to go down $1.20 for the average household.
For the average household, they will go down $1.20, but their truth and taxation will be raising the rate 3.36%.
Yeah, I'm more concerned about the impact
The
to
dollar.
the end consumer or end resident
Yep.
and how they perceive tax increases.
Sure.
So
I'm
without
glad
this-
we're not in their shoes trying to explain this to taxpayers this year, but yes. So at the end of the day, to your point, taxes will be going down.
So if we did truth taxation and we did an average raise of $10 per, average household, it's actually going to end up impacting on $8.80 because they're going to go down $1.20.
Valuations went down.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. So what I took out of our budget work meeting last go around, so there was a motion made on the library for an additional $100,000 of revenue. I'm going to leave that discussion there unless anyone else wants to bring it up, and jump to general operations. It seemed that 3% and 5%, there was this deadlock. So happy to bring those rates back up again if that's where you'd like to go.
What was the average dollar amount that we raised it?
For
what we decided last week, if we move forward with that, it would raise it an average of how much?
For the library?
Yeah.
It was, I'll get an exact number for you. $2.62.
Thank you.
For the general operations portion, again, 3% and 5% seem to be where the council had landed. Happy to run through this as much or as little as we'd like to dive into. 3%, again, would bring in roughly $160,000 of additional revenue. It would increase the average household in Provo. Their property tax bill for the general operations portion, 3% or $7.80 a year. 5% would bring in just shy of $266,000 and would increase the average home in Provo, their property tax bill by just shy of $10.60.
Councillor Hanley.
And also just to remind the council, and correct me if I'm wrong, but our decision point now is just what we are proposing as a maximum. We can always go below it.
Correct.
Which was the reason I felt anyway inclined to stick with 5% as our proposal so that we could evaluate anything up to that amount as our final decision point. But if we go with the 3%, we cannot go any higher, even if we later decided we wanted to.
Correct. And not to confuse the point, but the conversation was really tied to public safety officers. And so one of the data points that the council asked to bring back was just the budgeted cost for additional Provo City police officers. So one officer would be $127,158 would be the cost of a new officer. So double that would be two officers, $254,316. That would include wages, benefits, $17,000 in vehicle budget. So that's the first year's payment on a vehicle. $15,000 in one-time equipment costs, and $3,000 budgeted for overtime is what brings you to that $127,000 number. So with that, just a couple of quick police department stats. So currently there are 120 budgeted officer positions in the current fiscal year, FY23. So the national average, as far as police officers per 1,000 residents, would put the need of police officers in the city at 181. The average officer ratio in Utah would put the number of officers in Provo City at 140. And with the workload staffing model, it would call for a need of 14 additional officers, or 134. So I know those were brought up before, but wanted to mention them again. Also, Chief Beebe is with us in case there are any additional questions. I know Captain Taylor, I think, answered a majority of the council's questions last week.
Any questions from the council? Councillor Whipple.
So I want to be sure that I'm understanding this right. I'm looking at the general operations rate line, which is highlighted in gray up towards the top. And so if I look back over time, it looks like the general operations rate was higher and then it's dropped every year, except for between 22 and 23, because we would be doing the truth and taxation.
Yep.
But last year it went down even though we did the truth and taxation.
Correct. So going back to our discussion of valuation and tax rates. So you had this jump from 2021 of $7.3 billion to 9.7 the next year. So even with that, going through truth and taxation, increasing revenues by 2.9%, still overall it dropped because valuations went up so much.
And so one of the real reasons we have to do truth in taxation is that as values go up, our percentage rate is always going to go down. That's the way the system is structured.
Correct. The system's structured so that revenue remains flat.
So we can blame the state for putting us in this position, but also thank them for making us think through this carefully.
Either one. I'll leave that up to you.
Counselor Hanley.
If we're looking for a motion, I would like to make a motion that we, and I hope this isn't too complicated on the fly, but since you just gave us the number of $254,000 would pay for 2 police officers, I'd like to set our maximum rate at such a number that would generate that amount of money. So it seems like it would be slightly below 5%, maybe 4.7 or something. Someone, if you can find that number, that would be my motion, that we set that as our maximum amount, and we can decide between now and the end of the summer if 2 or 1 officers are what we want. But it seems to me that the numbers you just gave, and I've felt this way ever since I joined the city council 6 years ago, we're way behind in supporting our police officers, and 14 is the most modest calculation of what we need, 14 more based on what you just shared. So if we're only getting 2, we're only 1/7 of the way. So I think it's the least we can do. That's for me. That's my motion.
I'll second that motion with a comment. I felt this way always. The number one priority of any local government is public safety. And we're way behind the national average, the state average, the recommended level. The least we can do is help Chief Bybee with 2 more officers. So as long as this is focused on public safety, I'm all for it. So I recommend 4.9%, but that's just quibbling.
So I'll chime in real quick. We can write the ordinance so it's revenue based. So if you would like to use the exact number, we can go ahead and do that. If you'd like to, the motion to read $254,316, we can make that
perfect.
Make that work.
That's my motion. And it sounds like that's
has been seconded.
All right, let's take a vote. Oh, wait.
Could we have Mr. Hadley just restate his motion in one?
The motion is that we propose for truth in taxation a general fund revenue rate increase that will bring in $254,316. What else do I need to say? I think that's it.
That's it.
Okay.
Bill, do you want to say your second again?
Yeah, I'll second that. Look, another comment. Even with a 4% increase, we're still behind the inflation curve. If we want to maintain the level, the quality of service in Provo, we're going to have to make a commitment, I guess, annually to at least maintain and stay up with inflation. Or, the Milliken rating we get is the best run city. That's going to be very elusive in the future if we don't at least take inflation into account. So I second the motion.
Any discussion? Counselor Shipley.
I'm going to sound like a broken record from last week, but I just need to state what I've already stated, which is I don't think we're voting on an island about whether or not we support the police in Provo or not. I think what we're voting on is how we look at property tax year to year from a standpoint of what we do from a policy standpoint with property tax year to year. And so because it's that question for me, I think and I've mentioned this before, I think it's really important from a public standpoint to have something more consistent and nominal that we look at each year. I think if we run the risk at some point, if the public perceives us jumping around on this, that some of the public, and I don't know how much, it's a guess that some people in the public will say, this doesn't seem like we're consistent. And if it doesn't seem like we're consistent, just opens a door for more people to be critical of something like this. I want this to be something ongoing. So I don't want there to be a upswell in the public against us looking at truth and taxation each year. I don't want there to be a risk that next year, the library doesn't get their ask and we don't get our ask, for another nominal change. And so I think there's enough of risk of that I just, again, I'll reiterate, I'd rather us ask for a consistent nominal amount each year and use sales tax increases, use the growth increase, this isn't the only element, obviously, from a revenue standpoint for the city. This is, in fact, one of the smallest. Property tax is one of the most consistent. But Orem, I just looked at theirs yesterday. It's going to make us all jealous. They bring over $10 million from property tax. We only bring about 5. So it's a very different tax for Provo than it is for, other cities. And that's why it's so important we have transfers and utility and other things happening in our city. But those things do have an inflation element to them, and a growth element to them, where property tax, again, we've talked about this, it doesn't. For this small component of our revenue, I think it's very important that we do a nominal change. I think it's very important that we do truth and taxation, but I think it's really important for us to not risk, even risk the chance of some kind of public backlash that would prevent us from being able to do this on an ongoing basis. And so for that reason, I think it's really important for us to stay consistent. I like the idea of the 30-year average of inflation being about what we ask for each year from a truth and taxation standpoint, and not trying to change our ask each year depending on what the ask is that year. I just think we should look at it as a principle at about where the long-term inflation rate is.
Thanks. I really like what you said, Councillor Shipley, although I think that the 30-year horizon is too far. I think that we should look at a narrower time frame, like 10 years or something, because it had been low for so long and now it's so dramatically high that we don't want to just do the last 2 years, but I think a 10-year frame is probably more appropriate. And I don't remember what the 10-year one was for the West. Was it the 5.18%?
No, it's 3+.
That's a 3+.
It's close to 3. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3.46.
So this is slightly more than that, but yeah, as I said last time too, my preference would just be to always do the inflationary amount, on that 10-year thing and not be tying it to a particular officer, a particular thing, so that we would have flexibility in where we allocate that money. Like we could say, this year we're going to use this for a police officer. This year we're going to use it to build a sidewalk to a school. I don't necessarily like that we're limiting in this kind of discussion how we use those funds and how we are intending or broadcasting that we want to use those funds in the future. But I absolutely agree that we need to be doing this consistently. Otherwise, we're falling behind and we're not serving our people.
Councillor Hoban.
I'll make a substitute motion that we go with the 3%. If I don't have a second, that's all right. But can't hurt to make a motion.
I think we should just vote on the original, because I think they might have the votes and then it doesn't matter if we do the substitute.
Okay, there's no second. I'll rescind it. I'm like 0 for today. I don't know what I'm batting, but it ain't Hall of Fame numbers. Let's put it that way.
Any other discussion? All right, let's do a vote. Councillor Fillmore.
Yes.
Councillor McKay, yes. Councillor Shipley.
No.
Councillor Whipple.
Yes.
Councillor Hoban.
No.
Councillor Handley.
Yes.
And Councillor Ellsworth is excused. And I need to recognize that the mayor has joined us on Zoom. She's been there a while, just so we all know.
Oh, and we never recognized that Bill Fillmore was here.
Oh,
He
yes.
is here.
And Bill is here. He's been here a while too. All right, well, that passes Okay, that passes 4-2 in favor with Counselor Ellsworth excused. All right, a closed session has not been requested. And if there is no objection, we will now adjourn the Provo Municipal Council work meeting by unanimous consent.
She told me to shut up. Yeah. That's fine. It didn't hurt.
Recording.